Okay, we're ready.
Let's go on the record, Alan. Good morning and welcome, everyone. I believe that the Siting Board Director sent all council and parties information on how to participate by Zoom. Just for the record, we have a lot of people here today. We're having trouble with one person's audio, and that witness, it's a witness, and she is going to reboot and try to get back on. So we may have to interrupt our proceedings to get this straightened out. With respect to today's matters, today is the first day of evidentiary hearings for the Acushnet Fall River Reliability Project, EFSB 21-04, DPU 21-149. My name is Robert Shea, and I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's evidentiary hearing. As part of the bench today, there are other members of the Siting Board staff. Andrew Green, the director of the Siting Board, Joan Foster Evans, the general counsel of the Siting Board, Wayne Wong, the assistant director of the Siting Board, and Brian Wilmer, a regional planner with the Siting Board staff. Please note that this is a remote hearing. The hearing is being recorded by our stenographer, and video recordings will be posted on the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. Note that if you would like to see closed captions on Zoom, press the button at the bottom of the screen that reads Show Captions. Let me explain the guidelines to use in speaking at this remote evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical problems, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Please speak slowly and clearly. Please allow a speaker to finish before you begin speaking. And please pay attention to the video of the person speaking and to my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. This case involves construction of an approximately 21.1 mile, 115 kilovolt, primarily overhead transmission line to be constructed along existing rights-of-way between Eversource's Industrial Park Tap in Acushnet, Massachusetts, and National Grid's Bell Rock Station in Fall River, Massachusetts. May I have appearances of counsel, please?
Yes, good morning. Appearing on behalf of both Eversource and National Grid, David Rosenzweig and Mike Kaler from the law firm of Keegan Rowland. Also appearing is Marissa Pizzi, senior counsel from National Grid.
Thank you. May I have the appearance of our pro se intervener, Ms. Riley? You just get on the and introduce yourself so the record would be clear.
Hi, I'm Sarah Riley. I'm representing the Copacut Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I note that the company has provided a draft exhibit list. These exhibits are marked for identification purposes only. At the end of the hearing, I will entertain a motion to move the exhibits so marked into the evidentiary record of this matter, and I will provide an opportunity for objections at that time. Are there any matters that the parties would like to raise today before we begin with the questioning of the company's witnesses?
Just a matter of procedure, Presiding Officer Shea. We have several witnesses, and we would do direct examination of those witnesses. We ask whether it's your preference that we do direct examination of our entire set of witnesses up front, or do it on an issue-by-issue basis as the staff and hearings progress from topic to topic.
I'm glad you asked that. I think it would be better to do your direct examination of all your witnesses at once, because I would hate to inadvertently call a witness who hadn't been directly examined.
Yeah, that works for us. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't I swear the witnesses, and now let's go off the record. Let's go off the record. We have a problem. Melissa Scott is not. Melissa, why don't you talk to us?
No.
No, we can see your lips moving, but we're not hearing you. Melissa Scott is not uh, available. We cannot hear her.
Ms.
But
Scott, have you tried the dial-in option? I think are you dialed in right now? So is your number beginning with 339 or 781? Okay, I'm gonna allow that to talk, and let's hear. You should be able to unmute yourself on your phone now. Unmute on your phone, and it'd be *6. It looks like.
Can you hear me now?
yes, yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. That's wonderful.
A
Thank
little
you.
choppy. Yeah, but we'll have to. Yep. Thank you.
Melissa will just be appearing by phone. Okay. Now I'd like to let's go back on the record. I'd like to swear all the witnesses. Please raise your right hand and please make sure your right hand's on the camera so I can see you. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
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 Okay.
I do.
Did everyone affirm? Okay, I think everyone has. Thank you. Let the record show that the witnesses have been sworn. Now, I've provided a hearing schedule to the parties. We will begin today with questions from the EFSB staff to the company's witnesses, and of course from Ms. Riley to the company's witnesses. And we've reserved tomorrow for questions to Ms. Riley's witness. So, Mr. Rosenzweig, please conduct any direct examination you'd like to conduct.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Shea, and I think Mr. Kaler will do the honors for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And just to help organize things, I'll first read the list of folks that we'll do a direct examination for to make sure everybody's here. So Lisa Pallone-Clark from Eversource, David Barron from National Grid, Melissa Scott from National Grid, John McLaughlin from Eversource, Gerhard Walker from Eversource, Aaron Wariski from National Grid, Chris Newhall from Eversource, Jamie Durand from Power Engineering for both companies, Karen Hanachek from Power Engineering for both companies, Kim Stevenson from Power Engineering Consulting for National Grid, Nicholas Forzano from Eversource, Allison Klein from Eversource, Daniela Retz from National Grid, Jana Linhart from Eversource, and Benjamin Kotz from Exponent on behalf of the companies. And so we'll start with Ms. Pallone-Clark.
Hey there.
Good morning. Please
Morning.
state your name. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Lisa Pallone-Clark. I work for Eversource, and my business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
Project manager.
What has been your role on behalf of the Acushnet to Fall River Reliability Project?
Project management.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify today?
I'll be testifying about high-level construction and project management questions.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any changes to the written materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
not at this time.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes,
Thank you, Ms. Falone Clark.
thanks.
Mr. Barron, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is David Barron. I work with National Grid. My business address is 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Massachusetts. 02451 is the zip.
And what is your position with National Grid?
I'm a consulting project manager.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I'm the project manager for National Grid's portion of the proposed project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I'll be testifying on issues of project management, construction, and I will also help inform discussions on other topics such as engineering and outreach.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Good morning, Ms. Scott. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Melissa Scott. I'm a planning principal engineer.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you. I'm a planning what?
A principal engineer in transmission planning at National Grid. My business address is 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Mass. Zip code 02451.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I am a transmission planning engineer for the project.
And on what topics are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify for Section 2, Project Need, and Section 3, Project Alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Good morning, Mr. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
John McLaughlin, Principal Planning Engineer at Eversource Energy. Business address 1 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I've been a transmission planning engineer for the project.
And on what topics are you prepared to testify today?
Section 2 Project Need, and also involved with Section 3 Project Alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Good morning, Mr. Walker.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Gerhard Walker, and I'm employed by Eversource Energy, located at 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your role with Eversource, Mr. Walker?
I'm the manager for advanced forecasting and modeling at Eversource Energy. In this role, I oversee long-range forecasts for the company, as well as the non-virus alternatives modeling for major capital projects.
And what has been your role on behalf of this project?
As part of this project, I serve as subject matter expert for all matters concerning the non-virus alternatives and long-term electrification impacts.
And are those the topics you're prepared to testify today?
That is correct. I will be testifying on topics concerning Section 3, the non-virus alternatives, and high-level questions around the need in Section 2.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Wariski.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yep. My name is Erin Worski. I work for National Grid, and the address is 170 Data Drive in Waltham, Massachusetts, 02451.
And what is your position with National Grid?
I'm a lead environmental scientist.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I've overseen all the field surveys that took place regarding wetlands, cultural, historical, and rare species surveys. Oversaw all the drafting of the potential federal, state, and local environmental permits. And then if the project does go to construction, I manage all the...
I'm sorry, and then if the project is what?
Sorry, if the project does go to construction, I manage compliance with all of the environmental permits at that time.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
Correct. The discussions regarding environmental impacts and mitigation.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer today?
Not at this time.
Do you adopt all those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Newhall.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Chris Newhall. I work for Eversource Energy. My business address is 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts, with the zip code 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a senior environmental specialist.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
My role on behalf of the project is providing environmental assessment of the various aspects of the proposed project for the Energy Facility Siting Board petition. I'm also charged with acquisition of the necessary environmental permits and approvals to construct and operate the project.
And on what topics are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify on the environmental impact topics of soil contamination and disposal, wetlands, waterways, cultural resources, and environmental best management practices that would be proposed by Eversource to avoid, minimize, and mitigate environmental impacts. I'm also prepared to testify to any of the environmental permitting requirements identified and discussed within the petition.
Thank you. Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials at this time to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all those materials provided thus far that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. Mr. Durand?
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
James Durand, Power Engineers, located at 2 Hampshire Street, 301, Foxborough, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Power Engineers?
I'm an environmental project manager.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I've been assisting National Grid and Eversource with the routing and siting, looking at alternatives and also environmental impacts and mitigation.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
Yes, questions that brought up about the routing methodology, any environmental impacts, mitigation, and questions related to licensing and environmental permitting for the project.
Thank you. Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer at this time?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Good morning, Ms. Hanachek.
Hi, good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Yes, Karen Hanachek. I work with Power Engineers at 2 Hampshire Street in Foxborough, Massachusetts, 02035.
And what is your position with Power Engineers?
I am an environmental project manager.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
I am one of the environmental and siting consultants working on behalf of Eversource and National Grid.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify to portions of the routing and environmental analyses prepared for the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided thus far to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Hanachek. Good morning, Ms. Stevenson.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Kim Stevenson. I work for Power Engineers at 303 US Route 1 in Freeport, Maine, 04032.
And what is your position with Power Engineers?
I'm a senior project engineer.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I oversaw the overhead transmission line design for the National Grid portion of the project.
And are those, is that the topic on which you're prepared to testify today?
Yes, any technical details related to that portion of the line.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. And recognizing that your name has not appeared yet, we'll leave your examination there for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Forzano?
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Nicholas Forzano. I work with Eversource. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a lead engineer in overhead transmission line.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I've been supervising the engineering for overhead transmission lines.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Forzano. And similar to Ms. Stevenson, your name has not yet appeared, so we'll leave your examination there. Thank you. Ms. Klein.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Allison Klein, Eversource Energy, 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass. 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource, Ms. Klein?
I'm a lead engineer in the underground transmission line engineering group.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
I am overseeing the design of the underground transmission line segments of the project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify today?
All matters regarding the underground transmission line design.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided thus far to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt those materials provided that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. 3 more to go. Ms. Oretz.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Danielle Aretz. I work for National Grid. The business address is 170 Data Drive in Waltham, Massachusetts, 02451. And my role on the project is outreach and strategic communications.
Thank you, Ms. Oretz. On what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify on the project outreach and communications for this project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided thus far to offer for the record?
No, sir.
Do you adopt those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Oretz. Good morning, Ms. Linhart.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Business name, Jana Linhart, Eversource Energy, and address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am a project manager in the project services department.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
Outreach, stakeholder relations, everything included in those.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
Yes.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials at this time to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Linhart.
Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Kotz.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Benjamin Kotz with Exponent. My business address is 17,000 Science Drive in Bowie, Maryland, 20715.
And what is your position with Exponent, Mr. Kotz?
I am a principal engineer.
And what has been your role on behalf of the project?
I've been asked to perform an analysis of the electric and magnetic fields associated with the project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
The electric and magnetic fields.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided in this proceeding at this point to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials provided thus far as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kotz. Mr. Shea, the panel is available.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kaler. Mr. Wong, would you like to start with the questions?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning, panel. I'll start off with, especially because this is such a big panel, there's so many different witnesses this year, that my questions are directed at Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You were dropping in and out, Wayne.
Okay, so I'm just gonna restart. I'm just prefacing saying that my questions are directed. Okay, Alan, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try that again. So my questions are directed at the entire panel, just because I want to make sure that I'm not just pinpointing any person. So if you have the right answer, or you think you have the answer that I'm looking for, please feel free to chime in. And sort of to preface, I'm going to start with a couple general questions and then get into the need questions and then project alternative questions. And my colleague, Mr. Wilmer, will follow up with some environmental and construction questions. That helps with your planning.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So my first question is just for us to get started in talking. Can the companies begin by describing the project and any changes it has had since your responses to our information requests and your filing of the initial petition?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Wong. This is David Barron with National Grid. I'll start and I'll turn it to Ms. Pallone. Project is the construction of a new 12.1 mile, primarily overhead electric transmission line of 115,000 volts to be constructed along existing rights of way. The National Grid portion of the project is 4.2 miles in length and is entirely located within the municipality of Fall River. And National Grid's portion is all overhead construction. Again, the project is located in an existing right-of-way. To facilitate the construction of National Grid's portion of the project, we have to remove trees from a strip of approximately 60 foot in width for that 4.2 mile length. And at the municipal boundary between Fall River and Dartmouth, that's where the project transitions to Eversource's responsibility. So I'll turn it to Ms. Pallone Clark.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great. Just to pick up where Mr. Barron left off, Eversource's portion of the project is primarily overhead. It's 7.9 miles through Acushnet, New Bedford, and Dartmouth. It begins at Industrial Park Tap and will end at the Dartmouth Fall River border with National Grid. We also have two short underground sections at Industrial Park Tap in Acushnet and High Hill Switching Station in Dartmouth. Both sections are going underground to avoid some overhead congestion. And we have work at two ancillary facilities, Tremont in Wareham and the Acushnet substation in Acushnet, which include protection and control upgrades, including replacing or installing some new relay equipment, new control cable from the yard to the enclosures, and modifying telecom architecture. As Mr. Barron already stated, the extension is along an existing right-of-way that we're utilizing. Eversource does not have to do any tree clearing of that section. and it also includes some, the two underground sections are at existing Eversource property. I think I answered that.
Thank you, Mr. Barron and Ms. Owen Clark.
And Mr. Wong, sorry, but I recall a part of your question was if there were any changes since the submission of the petition, and there are not for National Grid's portion of the project.
Oh, thank you, Dave, for reminding me. Eversource did add a sectionalizing switch near Industrial Park Tap between the second and third structures. It's along the line. We can talk about it later if you have questions about it, but it'll be along the route of the line.
Thank you for that to both of you.
Thank you.
For the record, Ms. Pallone-Clark, could you describe the purpose of the sectionalizing switch, and if you could give more detail as to where it's close to, that would be helpful.
Where it's close to Industrial Park Tap. The engineering information, I would have to ask my colleague, Mr. Forzano, to answer. He has more information about the engineering.
Mr. Forzano?
Sure. The sectionalizing switch is proposed between structures 2 and 3 in the Eversource segment, so that's just beyond Industrial Park Tap.
Thank you. Mr. Forzano, for the record, could you explain the purpose for that switch?
Yes, I'll also ask maybe our system planning folks after I respond to weigh in as well. But it is essentially provides the ability to isolate the segments of line 114. So as this is an additional segment of an existing line, it provides an isolation point.
Yes, and maybe I can add on to that. This is John McLaughlin from System Planning. The switch provides the operators the ability to sectionalize that new section, like Nicholas had said. So if there was a problem on that section of the new line, the operators would be able to open up that section between Industrial Park and Bell Rock. And that gives the operators the ability to sectionalize, or open that section and then close back in the existing section of the 114 line between Tremont and Acushnet for increased reliability benefit to the customers off that section of line.
Thank you both. So just for my understanding further, the purpose of being able to isolate that segment would be possibly for maintenance, or if there was an issue with a segment, you'd not affect service for customers. Is that what that would be helpful for?
That's right. It could be helpful for maintenance, or if there were a problem on the line with the conductor or a tower, they could isolate that section, do the work on it while still have the existing section of the 114 line in service.
Thank you. And finally, is this particular to the line 114, or do you have other similar types of setups for your other lines?
We do have other similar setups depending on the line configuration, but we do have other sectionalizing switches on the Eversource system.
Thank you. I guess my question is there anything particular to line 114 such that you had wanted to add this, or is this something that you would regularly have for, as you described, reliability purposes?
Yeah, the benefit comes where this is a 3-terminal line, so it's a benefit to a more than 2-terminal line where you can isolate a separate section and then keep the existing section, in this case energized, for reliability benefit to the customers.
Okay, so it has to, if I'm, correct me if I'm simplifying this, but it has to do with this particular configuration being a 3-terminal for line 114. So you've added this additional
I'm sorry, Wayne, being a 3-terminal what?
3-terminal line such that you've added an additional feature on because you have this capability.
That's right. It's because it's a 3-terminal line, and we've added this extra terminal, so it provides a more reliable way to segment that line.
Thank
but
you.
it is definitely associated with a 3-terminal line. Yes.
Thank you. That helps. Going back to some general questions, if I could refer the company to your response to EFSB-G-1, parens 1, and I'll give you some time to get there, but I'll just describe that response shows a Gantt chart of at the time we asked for the latest project schedule. I would like confirmation or to walk me through if there are any changes in that chart. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wong, this is David Barron from National Grid. The schedule that's represented in the Gantt chart is out of date. Our current expectation is to have the project completed and in service by the end of 2025. I'm sorry. Yes, 2025. The schedule has slipped somewhat due to delays primarily in the permitting and licensing. We're envisioning having all permits in hand in the mid-2024 timeframe, which will allow us to proceed with any final procurement and start construction in late 2024, early 2025. Ms. Cologne-Clark, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Nope, that aligns with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just looking at this chart right now, and would it be too simple to just assume that everything's moved a year from the dates given here?
No, that's fair, Mr. Wong.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. Would you be able to update this so we have on the record the most up-to-date chart?
Yes, we could take that as a record request.
It might be simpler to just give a supplemental for this information request.
That would be fine too, sure.
Thank you.
Pardon me, could you tell me which information request that was?
That's EFSB-G-1, and I'm specifically referring to the attachment 1.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to look at the cost. So the company in its response.
Now I'm going to look at the what?
The cost.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Alan. So I'm looking at the company's response to EFSB-C-1, and I mainly just want a confirmation of if these costs are still, to the company's knowledge, still in play or have changes in the market again contributed to increased cost or maybe a decrease.
Yes, Mr. Wong, this is David Barron from National Grid. National Grid's cost estimate has not changed, and we still expect the project to be delivered within that plus or minus 25% range of the estimate.
Ms. Malone-Clark?
Our cost estimate has not changed either. We're still forecasting within budget.
Just for my understanding, when do the companies expect that the cost would become more precise than 25% plus minus?
So for Eversource's purposes, we have permits contingent upon receiving approval from the EFSB. Our cost estimate isn't going to change until we have firmer contracts in hand. Some of that is permit related. And also when we go to bid in 2025, we'll have a better idea of what the construction costs will be when the bids come in. So our estimate hasn't changed as of right now. Once we have bids and real contracts in place, we'd be able to tighten that up to a better percentage.
Thank you. Ms. Malone-Clark, just to clarify, I understand it is two different companies. So it sounds like it's Eversource's intention to start your construction early 2025 and not the late 2024, the date that Mr. Barron had stated could be possible as well. Is that correct?
Right now, we're forecasting starting construction in 2025, but our construction date is contingent upon receiving EFSB approval and getting a contractor onboarded and materials approved. So right now, our schedule is early 2025.
And just to game that out, would an earlier, I'm not promising, but would an earlier decision bring an earlier construction date, or is 2025 the earliest that you expect to construct?
For just speaking for Eversource, if we received approval prior to June of 2024, we may have an earlier start date of construction. However, June of 2024 or later starts to push out our early 2025 construction start.
Thank you. Mr. Barron, I realize I didn't give you the chance to answer. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Similar to what Ms. Malone-Clark described, National Grid is comfortable with the estimate it currently has. We have sanctioned internally the project, and as we procure final materials and any contracts, there may be a need to refine the estimate, but at this point we don't anticipate that. With regard to the construction start, National Grid's portion of the project, as you know, requires some tree removal. So we're anticipating that there may be some time of year restrictions in the permits and approvals for the project. So our exact construction start date will be potentially somewhat dependent on that, but certainly any earlier decision by the siting board would be, beneficial and appreciated, and help us achieve our goal of getting the project in service in a timely manner.
Thank you. So let me know if this is on the record. I didn't find it. Could both of you speak to, and maybe we'll capture this later in a record request, but could both of you speak to the cost of operating this project to the companies? how would that look year to year? What is the cost of operating the project after it's constructed?
This is David Barron. I believe there was an information request on the net present value of the project. I would have to find which information request that was, Mr. Wong, unless one of my colleagues can assist. And I believe that NPV analysis factors in those costs. But in general, after a project is constructed, there are cyclical vegetation management cycles that are performed, typically on a 5-year basis. Inspections, both aerial and foot patrol, typically. So it's really sort of ongoing maintenance and inspection of the facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. I believe that the information request you're referring to is EFSB EFSB-C-5, and there's a supplement to that that was filed in May. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bourne-Clarke, do you have any other things to add to Mr. Barron's response?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. Could I refer now to the company's response to information request EFSB-G-4, parens 1, please? That response shows the status of the permits that we talked about earlier that the company needs for this project in the table. Let me know when you're ready to walk me through that table.
Sorry, Mr. Wong, I lost my my Zoom screen for a moment there. Yes, I have the information request available. I suspect that questions along this line would be better addressed by our environmental witnesses, Aaron Wariski for National Grid and Chris Newhall for Eversource.
Thank you. So, good morning, Mr. Newhall and Ms. Wariski.
Good morning.
And good morning to Mr. Barron and
Morning.
Ms. Bourne-Clarke. Sorry. So I will ask for an updated table, but I just want to get the ball rolling for you to walk me through any changes or updates you have to these permitting timelines and statuses. It sounds like from Mr. Barron and Ms. Bourne-Clarke that there are some delays.
I can jump in first here. There are some minor delays. The only real update, I guess, that we can provide at this time to this table is that the companies have filed their single environmental impact report with the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act office. That was filed on June 30th, 2023, and we received a certificate from the EEA Secretary's office on, I believe it was August 21st, 2023. I can clarify that date there for you in just a second if I pull up that information. The date was August 16th, 2023, that the EEA office issued the certificate to the SEIR filing.
Ms. Wariski, anything to add?
No, I think he's summarized it. That's kind of one of the major updates to this table. There has been ongoing conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers and also with Natural Heritage. But we're compiling those filings now, and we're looking to target filing at the end of this year, if not first thing next year.
Okay. And let me know if I'm off base, but do any of these state or federal permits apply to just one part of the project, meaning either Eversource or National Grid, or are these all for the whole entire expanse of the proposed project?
They will be joint applications from both parties. We have had initial discussions with primarily the Army Corps of Engineers and Natural Heritage, and they have agreed to issuing two separate permits, just based on the fact that Eversource and National Grid have different construction methodologies, best management practices, and those type of things. So it will be a joint filing, but permits issued to each company.
Thank you.
And the only thing, oh, excuse me, Mr. Barron. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Newhall. I was going to say that I think the only exception to that would be the local Conservation Commission orders. So those are on a municipal by municipal basis. Sorry for stepping on you there, Mr. Newhall.
No, I was just essentially going to reiterate the same thing, that there is some, I guess, company by company specificity in these permits, specifically the local permits. Also, I guess I did forget to mention that the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation's construction access permit has been recently confirmed as of last week through just conversations with that agency, that Eversource will not need to obtain a permit from them if all of our access through their property is within our existing maintained right-of-way. So that is a permit that we do not need to obtain.
Mr. Newhall, if you could help me, just because I'm not super clear as to where you might bump up with DCR, could you tell me where exactly that would have been?
I can. The Eversource portion crosses the Commonwealth of Massachusetts owned Acushnet Cedar Swamp Reservation in the town of, I think it begins partially in New Bedford, at sort of the very western end of the project in New Bedford, and then goes into the town of Dartmouth. I don't have a specific crossing length for that property, but it's several hundred feet. It's I don't believe more than 1,000 feet of crossing of that state-owned property. That state-owned property, though, is managed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and I guess is known as the Acushnet Cedar Swamp Reservation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So if I could, you've given me updates on the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers estimated filing date. That's probably at the end of the year or early next year. Could I just walk through and ask, is the U.S. EPA NPDES permit still anticipated to be filed by the end of the year?
We'll likely file that sorry, Chris. We'll likely file that closer to construction.
Okay.
As would Eversource. We do like to, I guess, keep that as one of the last permits that we file, just because it is a general permit and it only has a 14-day waiting period. But we like to file that towards the end, just so that we can accommodate any final changes to the project that have occurred since initial design and permitting started. As you know, we may hear concerns through some of our state or local permitting, that we would, incorporate any minor modifications or methodology changes into our project plans. And so we would incorporate that into our final EPA construction general permit, environmental notice of intent, or electronic notice of intent, pardon me, and the stormwater pollution prevention plan that's associated with that permit.
Thank you. Walk back to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit, could you give me just a high level understanding of because it sounds like you're preparing it right now. Could you give me a preview of what your filing would look like, what you're asking for?
So I'll take that on, Aaron, if you don't mind. We are filing under the Army Corps of Engineers Massachusetts General Permit for impacts to waters of the U.S. That's a requirement under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. It is a permit application that allows us to temporarily alter or even fill waters of the U.S., including wetlands, or cross any waterways. That permit application details the overall square footage of impact that we will have to those water resources. It details the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures we would propose to reduce those impacts or avoid them altogether. And it will identify specific mitigation measures, including in situ restoration of any wetlands that may be temporarily impacted or permanently impacted, any wetland replacement, or another term for that is wetland replication, that we may be proposing to compensate for those impacts such that there is no net loss of wetlands or waterways associated with construction or operation of the project. And it will also include drawings that show where those impacts will occur, places that we are required to install tower and pole foundations and installations through wetlands. And by doing so, that just basically documents that we've avoided and minimized impacts to the extent that we can, and that we're appropriately mitigating for those impacts. And it will also kind of document an alternatives analysis that we've gone through for the project as well. So that allows the Army Corps of Engineers to effectively approve the project, in that it's obviously a public benefit, but that the companies have done their best to avoid and minimize and mitigate those impacts to waters of the U.S.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. And would the permit approval from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers codify and hold the company accountable to its commitments to mitigation or replication of wetlands?
Yes, those requirements are outlined and detailed as conditions within the permit authorization that we receive from the Army Corps of Engineers. So those are for I guess memorialized in that permit. We need to comply with the conditions of the permit in order for that permit to continue to be valid.
Thank you. Thank you. So before I get on to need, Mr. Shea, could I ask for a short break?
Of course, yes.
Can we take our morning? Yeah,
I'm
can we
sorry?
take our morning break? Can we take our morning break now?
Yes, you want to take a 15-minute break?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. It's 11:07. I'll see you back here at 11:22. Thank you very much.
And thank you, the four of you, for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you still hear me? Great. I'm going to hang up from my phone then. Can everybody still hear me?
Can I just confirm someone can hear me? Okay, great. Thanks. I logged on and off, so I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Same with me. I did the same. Thank you.
You could, Yana.
Before we start questions again, can I ask Miss Scott, are you, I don't know your setup, is it possible for you to speak closer to your phone if you're using your phone?
So I changed over to my iPad. Does that help?
It sounds much better than this morning. I don't know if it sounds better to you, Mr. Brock.
Yes.
It does indeed. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Miss Riley?
May I just ask a question about protocol?
Yes,
Can you
of
hear
course.
me okay?
Yes.
I just want to ask if I have some clarifications at some point in time, am I able to interject and just ask short, abbreviated clarifying questions?
No, we usually go person by person, the entity by entity. Wayne would ask, well, Wayne, you're asking the questions. What would you like to do?
So if you would like, Mr. Shea, and let me know if you think not, but we have done it such that the intervener is able to ask questions by topic. So after I finish a certain topic, which this morning I did general, and then you could ask your questions, and then I go to need, and then you ask your need. But I don't know if it's cleaner because this is pretty short. If this is a pretty short,
I think I would keep the questions very short and very brief to clarify. I don't want to interrupt the process, but it's becoming clear to me that I'm going to have questions that are really difficult for me to get back to the topics if we are leaving them for, an hour or two later.
Oh, sure. Mr. Shea, how does that sound to you?
It's fine. You're doing the questioning. So whatever you think is, if it's not going to interrupt you.
Okay. Miss Riley, I would say this is how the topics are going to be set up today. I asked those general questions, and then I have the need, alternatives, and then we're getting into the route selection and environmental sections. So you will have a chance to ask in other sections as well if you think that some questions fit together later on. But feel free to ask if you would like.
Could you just let me know when is a good opportunity, when is a good time for me to ask those questions?
Sarah, let me just suggest this. If your questions are sort of brief on just the introductory stuff, the project design and project schedule and the topics of certain permits, like that was really the first hour or so. I have no problem with you asking those now. To the extent you have more detailed questions on environmental impacts, what's going on in the bioreserve, the right of way.
I can save that for later.
You can save it. Yeah. So I just want to make it fit for you, but the sort of the
beautiful,
simple and more limited would be okay from my end for you to do whenever the staff would allow it.
Great, thank you. So then the questions that I have are which municipal conservation
we're not on the record. I was just
Let's hear. That's right. What you're going to say? We're not on the record. But you had questions about anything that's already been asked?
I do have a couple of brief questions.
Okay. Wayne, what would you like to do?
I think let's do it by topic. It seems like that would be most helpful to Miss Riley, and we'll try to accommodate that.
Okay, so Ms. Riley, do you have questions about the topics that have been covered so far?
Yes, the Army Corps of Engineers permitting wetland. I have questions about whether or not that wetland replication is actually planned for Quanabog.
Okay, all right. So you've got a few questions. Wayne, would you mind if we have?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's go back on the record. So we're back on the record after our break, and Ms. Riley has the way we had a discussion off the record, and what we'll do is have some cross-examination by topic. So Mr. Wong has asked certain questions, and Ms. Riley, our intervener, has follow-up questions. And so I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Riley.
Thank you. Chris Newhall, you had spoken about the Army Corps of Engineers permitting for the wetland mitigation measures. You had mentioned wetland replication. Do we have any planned wetland replication for the vernal pools on Quantapug Road on the National Grid portion of the project?
I will turn that over to Ms. Worski to answer as she's speaking on behalf of National Grid.
Got it, of course.
Can you just repeat the question, Ms. Riley?
Sure. The Army Corps of Engineers permitting wetland mitigation measures. My question is specifically, there was wetland replication that was discussed. Is that planned for Quantapug Road where the vernal pools cross over where the power lines are? Is there any wetland replication that's planned for the National Grid section of this project?
Yeah, under the Army Corps permit, they have requested that we provide mitigation to their in lieu fee program. So what we plan on doing on site is, in situ restoration, pulling up mats, mulching and seeding, making sure that the site is stabilized. We are going to, we've spoken with Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection and also the Fall River Conservation Commission, because we did replicate for the Bell Rock substation rebuild project. So what we would like to do is use that bank that was designed and implemented on site at Bell Rock as our one-to-one replication and restoration.
And when was that done on Bell Rock?
It was done early spring over the summer. We still have another year of monitoring for that site, but it is proving successful.
Okay, but there's no replication that's planned on Quantapug for the vernal. Right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. There's no replication that's planned
on Quantapug for the vernal pool.
For vernal pools, we don't know of any certified vernal pools. We have identified in the field that there are vernal pools present, though. And how we treat all vernal pools, we'll be using best management practices. If we can avoid time of year, that's one option. If we can, mat in that area or cone it off, so that we don't impact that area during the time of construction. Those are the types of activities that we would do for that.
Got it. Thank you for answering that question. David,
Ms. Riley? Ms. Riley, this is Jamie Duran from Power. I just wanted to follow up on Erin's. To my knowledge, we're not filling any vernal pools. I know you've expressed concern about removal of vegetation and placing of temporary swamp mats across some pools. So that is happening, but we're not filling any vernal pools.
Good. Okay, thank you. Just one more brief question. David Barron, the tree removal, the time of year restrictions that you had mentioned, could you just elaborate what those reasons would be for the time of year restrictions of tree removal on the National Grid section of the line?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Riley. So we don't have those permit conditions yet. We anticipate that there could be some time of year restrictions associated with rare species concerns. I would defer to again Erin and Chris Newhall on the specifics of that. Again, it's not definitive yet, but there is a potential that there could be some seasonal restrictions on certain activities, in particular tree removal.
Okay, thank you.
And that will, that will be dictated through the consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife under the core permitting under Section 7, and then also through coordination with Natural Heritage. And those main drivers are northern long-eared bat, and other migratory birds, whippoorwills and the like.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Do you have any other questions, Ms. Riley?
Nope. Nope, go right ahead. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure. Mr. Wong, please go ahead.
Thank you. I also realized that I didn't ask my fellow siting division staff if they have any follow-up on anything I asked. I'll look around. I think we're okay. Okay.
I think we're
So,
okay.
I'm moving on to need questions, and I realize it's a new panel, so I'll start off with a higher level question just to get everyone's get everything rolling. So, can the companies provide a high level overview of the need for the project as described by the ISO New England studies?
Yes, could you, the question is to provide a high level overview of the project?
Of the need for the project.
The need for the project. Yeah, so the project addresses reliability needs in this area of the system. There's thermal overloads on two lines. The two lines between Industrial Park Tap and up to High Hill Station. So there's the thermal need, and then there's also low voltage and the potential for voltage collapse need too that were identified in the ISO CMA-RI studies for this area.
Sorry, the ISO CMA what?
CMA-RI, the solution study, the need study and solution study for the area.
Alan, it's CMA-RI.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. And the two voltage conditions you were talking about, are they the potential voltage collapse after an N-1/-1 contingency, as well as the quote-unquote emerging low voltage conditions due to projected load growth?
That's correct, right? There's a low voltage issue, and then there's also the voltage collapse issue associated with the N-1/-1 event.
Thank you. Could you confirm that the emerging low voltage condition is not an issue at N-0 conditions?
That is correct. Low voltage is not an issue at N-0 conditions.
Thank you. Could you then explain why that low voltage condition is described as an emerging problem? Is this because it's due to projected load growth?
No, it's due to the potential for a contingency event to happen that would result in low voltage at load levels not much higher than we've experienced already.
Ms. Scott, if you're able to mute when you're not speaking, that would be helpful. Sorry.
On the other hand, if you have something to add, don't hesitate to do so.
Yes, sorry, we're just getting some background white noise from your audio. I guess I heard from Eversource, Ms. Scott. Now it's your chance. Could you speak to anything or add anything to what Mr. McLaughlin had stated earlier?
I could just add that the voltage concerns are due to N-1/-1, as you state, coming into the load pocket from Pottersville to Bell Rock, the loss.
I'm sorry, from what? Coming into the load pocket from?
Pottersville substation to Bell Rock, the loss of M13 and N12. Without the new line extending in the 114 would lead to the voltage collapse in the area at higher load levels.
Thank you. So I had a general question earlier about any changes to the project. I'm wondering if the witnesses can tell me if you've seen any changes, be it from different forecasting for your current forecasting exercises, or just general knowledge into how load is growing or not growing in the area. If you could speak to that, whether it exacerbates or alleviates a little bit of the need for the project.
Right. Nothing has changed with respect to the need for the project. Since we had filed in December 2021, the companies both examined the more recent actual peak loads, also the company forecasted loads, and the ISO New England CELT forecasted loads, and the need for the project remains.
Ms. Scott?
Yes, that's correct. As Mr. McLaughlin has just said, that we did look at the loads, and the need does still remain. It does show that loads start to drop, but then they come right back up again. So it is still emerging.
Thank you. I will get to a question on trends later on, but I'm gonna go back to if I could refer the companies to your response to EFSB-PA-5, please. I had a question on configuration of transmission lines, and let me know if, when you have the chance to get there.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you.
I'm there also.
Okay. So I would just like a clarification for this question. So the answer and the question speak to having a fourth transmission line into a load pocket. I'm just, for my understanding, is this unique, or is this a pretty common thing to have this many lines serving a load pocket?
Sorry.
You can go ahead.
I can try to answer that. I think it is common to have enough lines into the load pocket when the load necessitates it. Transmission lines are a stronger source that mitigate voltage issues as well as thermal loading capability issues. It allows for maintenance of a line as well as while the maintenance is occurring with -1, so it would bring you down to the need for a fourth source. So I would say that it is common.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin?
And I would agree, it's not a unique configuration for a supply to a load pocket.
Thank you. And just another clarifying question on configurations. In general, would an additional line in itself, the existence of another asset solve N-1 concerns, or is that too simplistic to put that way?
So you say?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you to repeat that.
Yep. Is the introduction of an additional asset as a redundancy in itself sufficient to solve N-1 concerns, or is that too simplistic to think like that?
I would say, so in general talking, in this case, the new line, it solves the issues, but in general, you'd have to study it on a case-by-case basis.
And I would agree with that.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to trends. So So if I look at the company's analysis at 2-9, and I'll give you some time to get there, but there in that page is where the company presents the peak load forecasted for 2031 at 555 megawatts. And I'll give you some time to get there. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. So obviously that is one value. I'm wondering if the both of you could describe in both your territories the trends that you're seeing going from right now to that forecasted 555 to 2031.
I'm sorry, 555 to 2031.
Sorry, the 555 megawatts seen in 2031. Is it a gradual increase? Is it step load suddenly forming in certain times of over the next decade?
Yes, for the company forecasted, we looked at the company forecasted loads of combined. For the combined companies, the latest forecast for 2032 is 558 megawatts. So it's just a slight increase over the 555.
Correct. Oh, go ahead. I was going to add to what Mr. McLaughlin has said. What we're seeing over the course of the 10 years is a rather steady increase. So unlike other areas, I'm assuming you're referencing, for example, Cambridge, where we had a significant step load component in the forecast. That's not the case here. The bigger drivers is the underlying load growth, as well as electric vehicles as a new load component coming into the area. But it's a relative consistent increase over the years.
And I would add that is also true of National Grid's load.
Thank you. Again, point me to where it is if it's in the record, but if not, could you give me the forecasted loads from right now up to 2032 as Mr. McLaughlin had described in a record request, if that's not already in the record?
I think that probably works best as a record request.
Thank you. So,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to restate the question. Could the companies provide in a similar form to table 2-9 on 2-9 of the analysis, the peak load forecasts from next year onwards up to the company's furthest out forecasted, which sounds like it's 2032. Does that make sense to the companies?
It does,
Mr. Walker?
Yes. Yeah, understood.
Okay, and that'll be record request RR-EFSB-1.
Thank you. And Ms. Scott, you had said earlier that at least for National Grid, you were seeing trends for increases for just a little bit more and then decreasing. Could you speak to do you have an idea of when that peak would happen, or is that not as clear?
What I was more referring to was that I think it's looking at updates that John or Mr. McLaughlin and I had performed. It was actually the ISO New England forecasted loads that tended to dip and then come back up, whereas our company loads are continuing to grow. Our company forecasted loads.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that. Company loads are continuing to grow what?
Those our company forecasted loads continue to grow.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I guess my question would be more forward-looking, which is after 2032, and I understand you're not forecasting out that far, but if you could indulge me and could you describe your thoughts as to if that steady low growth, as Mr. Walker had described, would continue, or if there's a point that it sort of tapers off and decreases due to whatever reason?
Yes, according to our forecasts, beyond 2032, loads will continue to increase due to electrification. And we may even see at some point that we will have a winter peaking system, but they will definitely, electrification will have an impact that will cause the trend to go up.
Second, that the company expects by the mid to the end of that decade, 2030, to be switching to a winter peak across its system if heating electrification continues as projected by the state. And at which point we will see a rather significant increase on the load side. It will accelerate at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Walker and Ms. Scott. Mr. McLaughlin, do you have anything to add to that?
I have nothing to add to that, no.
Thank you. If this isn't on the record, and this could be a record request if you don't have it at the top of your, at your fingertips, but can I have a sense of what the peak loads are right now during the winter for the electric system?
I'm going to start with a quick caveat to that question. This is an excellent question, Mrs. Wang, because it's a question that we've also been looking at. But I do want to preface something, is the fact that the peaks in the winter don't necessarily correlate with the coldest days. And we still have a predominantly natural gas, oil, or propane heating system. And we've seen consistently that the winter peak correlates with the warm events, for example, in February, when you end up having 60 degrees outside for a day or two, because certain air handlers and HVAC systems start kicking in.
I'm sorry, air handlers and
HVAC systems start kicking in. So I'm happy to take this as a record request, but at a high level, what we've seen is that the coldest day on our system is between 50 and 60% of the summer peak. So there is a bit of gap in there. But the caveat is that changes by station, by area, wherever you look, because it's different based on the customer makeup.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I appreciate that clarification a lot. Like, I for some reason I would have assumed that the coldest day would have been the peak, but that makes sense. But getting to what you were saying earlier, when after the system peak goes into, the year-round peak turns into a winter peaking system, would that then be corresponding to probably the coldest day?
Yes. At that point, heating is the largest single driving component in the peak. And at that point, you'll have a very close correlation to temperature.
Thank you. I don't need a record request on that. I think your response as to what the general 50 to 60% on the coldest day, the peak is 50 to 60% of summer peaking. I think that's sufficient for my understanding. So I want to get back into that future trend description. So my question is, for the scale of this project, would it still be useful when, as Mr. Walker had described, the winter peaking would increase dramatically? Would this project need to be revisited, or is this project built out for that expectation as well?
That's another excellent question. In terms of the long-term outlook, I might now let Mr. McLaughlin speak to what the because that's his area of expertise, what the final capacity of that load pocket will be with the project. But from a long-term perspective, we are comfortable that this will get us through a significant part of electrification efforts the state has planned. It might not be entirely enough to get to the 2050 mark if everything happens as planned in full electrification, but there's a lot of uncertainty in those policy objectives as well, and if they will come to play and in the timeframes as is. So it's not the policy here of the company to build a solution out to a 2050 projected goal. So to answer your question in short, we're fairly comfortable that this will get us through a majority of electrification efforts. And if objectives are reached on time and to the extent promised, there is a case where this might have to be looked at again.
Yes, and I can just add that the new circuit does add a large amount of new capacity to the load pocket. Under contingency conditions, it adds about 560 MVA. It's rated for that, the new circuit. So it does add a substantial amount of new capacity to the load pocket.
In perspective, I think, John, that's more than the current peak, right, for the load pocket?
That's correct.
Yes, and I would just add that we do studies that go out to 10 years, including ICE New England, and this is adequate, well adequate for 10 years. And I believe we won't start to see the electrification start to really pick up until beyond the 10 years.
Thank you. To just for my understanding, Mr. McLaughlin, you stated the 560 MVA that will be added with the new circuits. Just so I'm understanding, maybe the electrical engineering math is a little different, but would this be twice the forecast of 550, roughly twice of the 555 megawatts forecasted? Sorry, would adding this circuit, I guess, sorry, just bring that back. What is the headroom that this additional new circuits would provide based off of the forecasted 555 megawatts in 2031?
Yeah, so the headroom is the 560 MVA. That's a long time emergency rating. So that's under contingency conditions. So that's what that would add, that this new line would add to the load pocket. So it could handle a substantial amount of future load in that load pocket.
And I would just add that, as you say, this is a fourth line. So it wouldn't be the only line serving the load when you have -1. So
I'm sorry, it wouldn't be the only line serving the load. What?
The load pocket under N-1, -1. So you can't just look at the capacity line and compare that to the load. There is another source coming in as well.
You dropped out a little bit, Ms. Scott. Were you saying you can't just look at the capacity of the line?
Correct. The capacity of the one line being 114.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McLaughlin.
Sorry, I can't hear Ms. Scott.
I was just asking Mr. McLaughlin if he had anything to add to that.
No, I have nothing to add to that.
Thank you. I apologize for speaking over Ms. Scott just now. Okay. So let me know if this exercise is will be a little hard to achieve, or if it wouldn't be helpful. But I was wondering if the company would be able to, in a record request, game out as to when the additional headroom, as we discussed, could be reached under different levels of electrification. So at a low electrification scenario, at a business as usual, or at a high level of electrification. Let me know if this doesn't really help with understanding.
Mr. Wong, is the essence of your question, you want to know under different scenarios when that headroom would be exhausted?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
I think National Grid will have to comment on that based on, in my understanding, certain parts on what they can provide for their stations. On our end, it's certainly something we can look at. I don't know whether it's doable in the standard 5 days turnaround on a record request, and with the holidays coming up, so there's a caveat to it. But as Mr. Rang, I could refer you to the Electric Sector Modernization Plan, which has a specific subsection, sub-region in there for the CEMA region. And we could make a simplification to assume that the entire CEMA region progresses in its load growth proportionally. And we could use that to basically scale up the load of this load pocket, and that in linearly following what the entire CEMA region is projected to do in the ESMP, and basically come to a break-even point with the newly enabled headroom. That would be something we can turn around rather quickly. And I think for the purpose of this would be sufficient. If you'd want an actual electrification impact study station by station, that's probably not doable in a feasible timeline for record request.
Yeah, I wouldn't want something that if you need more time, always ask for it. I guess my question, and it sounds like you've answered it, is do you think scaling up or scaling down rather the CEMA forecast in the ESMP would be representative enough of this region, or are the trends that you're seeing for this load pocket different from that of the rest of the CEMA Rhode Island region?
I would say this is sufficient, especially since we're looking out 25 to 30 years in a data set that is extremely policy dependent. So there are so many unknown factors and variables and uncertainties in this that make this a highly speculative exercise as it is. And for the ESMP, the company's done significant research and analyses of that area. So it is likely the best data set we have at this point. So I would recommend doing it this way.
I'm comfortable with that. Mr. McLaughlin, Ms. Scott, do you have anything, any caveats to add as well?
I'm comfortable with what Mr. Walker has stated. I think it represents the national as well. So
I'm sorry. I can't hear you, Ms. Scott.
Sorry about that. I'm really sorry. So just to be clear, to understand your question, are you asking for at what point now with the new line in, maybe we would reach a critical load level? And following what Gerhard was talking, we can just look at a progressive load growth for the area to determine that.
That's a good clarification. My understanding is that critical low level isn't necessarily the point that the entire headroom is taken up. If you could make that distinction in your response, that would be helpful.
Okay, Thank you.
So this will be a record request?
Yes.
Record request RR-EFSB-2.
Thank you. I didn't give Mr. McLaughlin a chance to speak.
I was comfortable with what was Gerhard mentioned for Eversource.
Thank you. Just some quick questions on the same topic. We talked about the possibility, and it sounds like it seems in your estimation quite far out, but if you could indulge me again, what types of potential upgrades could be required if the headroom was exhausted for this new proposed line?
I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, generally speaking, when you get to that point, you'd have to look at the various options again. Would it be an additional transmission supply to the area? You'd have to look at the contingency event that's causing you to run out of headroom and see if you can mitigate that contingency some other way. So I would list those two as some options.
Yeah, I agree. It would require a whole new analysis with new assumptions.
Thank you. And would those solutions come about similar to how this came about through an ISO New England study?
Yes,
yes,
it would.
So final question on this. Is ISO New England looking at those longer term transmission upgrade requirements, or are they not at this moment to your knowledge?
Not at this moment to my knowledge.
Mr.
That would be the
McLaughlin?
same for me. That would be the same for me, yes.
Thank you. Okay. On a similar note, does the company expect any future needs assessment updates like the one that ISO New England had in November 2020?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Same for Eversource response. I'm not aware of any new needs assessment analysis for this area.
Thank you. Okay, here is a question about the recently proposed Mass DEP clean heat standard framework. Are the companies familiar with that proposal by Mass DEP issued a couple weeks ago?
I'm assuming I didn't lose audio and everybody's just quiet. Could
you have not lost audio, Mr. Gerhard, Mr. Walker. Are you familiar with that standard? That was issued?
Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Yes. A couple of weeks back, Mass DEP issued a proposed clean heat standard framework that, to my understanding, sort of gives some benchmarks and as to future electrification of heating, and it sort of is tied to credits and performance by electrical and gas companies in the Commonwealth. Does that sound familiar?
I'm not aware of the details of that standard.
Ms. Scott?
I'm not aware of it either.
Mr. McLaughlin?
I'm also not aware of it, no.
Okay, I'm not going to I think
Assistant Director.
probably yes.
Oh, Assistant Director, just looking at the quick summary here. From the small thing that I've read in this 2 seconds, my understanding is that this is a standard that would require energy suppliers to replace fossil heating fuels with clean heat over time by implementing certain heating and purchasing credits. So just from that short item, without knowing the details, I don't think it impacts any of the projections. It is a mechanism that enables the state to move forward to achieve its objectives. Right? The state has set out to replace a large quantity of the fossil heating by 2050, close to 100% of building stock, and is deploying various mechanisms to make that happen. From what I read here, this is one of those mechanisms to push forward that heating electrification. Don't know how effective it will be, but if it is effective and helps that transition, it will help the state's target to be met on time. And to that extent, plays back to the earlier question.
I'm sorry, and to that extent, what?
It plays back to the earlier question of the long-term load projection for the area.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I probably will give the company a chance to read up on it and see if they want to add to your response. But I just to put it out there, I'm interested in whether the mechanism as proposed by Mass DEP and ostensibly by, is the mechanism that the Commonwealth is looking at, is if that would change the rate of electrification that the company has assumed in its forecasts and et cetera. So I guess to formulate a record request, the record request would be for the companies to go back and understand that proposed standard and to talk about its applicability to your practices and how it could affect the assumed rate of electrification assumed in the company's forecast. Is there something else that could be added to that in your that you think could be helpful to this response?
No, I think the question is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be RR EFSB-3.
Thank you. I'd like to point the company now to its to their response to EFSB-N-13.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
I'm ready also.
I would just like a clarification. Maybe this is in the analysis, but is this critical load level assuming the proposed project is built, or is this under current conditions?
This is under current conditions.
Do you have a value for the critical load level under the project as built conditions?
We do not have a value for the critical load level once the upgrade is in place.
Is that a good metric? Is that a useful metric for me to understand the the capacity of the project, or do you how would you modify that for me to best understand the future capabilities if the project were to be built?
Yeah, it kind of relates back to that question you asked before on the headroom, where that was more of a thermal range of headroom, but we don't have analysis that would show the future system what the critical load level would be for voltage collapse.
Would that be something that you'd be able to calculate pretty easily, or is that something that would take more than the 5 days that a record request would usually require?
I would think it would take more than the 5 days, and you'd have to model unrealistic future load levels in the area.
If I could add to that, I think it also would almost be something like a new needs assessment, because you have a new system and new assumptions. So it would definitely probably something that would come out of ISO New England.
I'm sorry. So it would definitely what?
It would come out of ISO New England's process for a needs assessment in the area to reassess what the needs are, what the contingencies are, that next set of contingencies are that would cause the critical load levels. So I think it would be a bit of a study to determine that.
Thank you. I appreciate the responses. I'm not going to ask for it, but just for my understanding, in order to get that critical load level, correct me if I'm wrong, it is that you'd have a set of assumptions and then you would just add load to the load pockets in different areas until you reach that level at which there are voltage violations. Is that sort of a good high level way of talking about it, or is it too simple?
No, that is a good high level way. Yeah, you'd look at future load, then you'd look at an N-1 condition, and see what the resultant voltages are.
And that N-1 condition could be a different set of lines. You would need to run, those are called contingencies, and you would need to run a whole bunch of contingencies, one on top of the other, to determine what the one that's causing the greatest concern that would allow you to determine the critical load level. So that's why it's a little more complicated than just looking at growing the load and running the same few contingencies that we're looking at here.
Thank you. And just to further clarify, it seems like it's easier to calculate for thermal overloads. I am wondering now, and you can speak to this, if you could speak to this hypothetically, is it possible that before even that thermal overload headroom is reached, there could be, based off a future needs assessment study, a need for a new, upgrade to this project due to critical load level being reached that's causing voltage problems?
Could you ask that again, please?
Yes. I guess to put it simply, is it possible that before even there are thermal overload issues, a needs assessment might find a need for some other solution due to voltage issues that could happen under contingency conditions?
Yeah, hypothetically, I would say that is correct. like Melissa had mentioned, you'd have to look, it would be a whole new study. It'd be looking at future conditions, it'd be looking at different contingencies. So it is possible that you could have voltage issues before you run into that thermal issue for the load pocket again.
But I think for a load pocket, I think you would tend to run into the thermal before you run into the voltage issues.
Thank you. That's very clarifying for me. So this last set of questions I have on need, I think it'll take a little more time to talk through, but basically I'm looking at the company's response to information request EFSB-N-11 parens 1. It sort of is a comparison between actual loads experienced and the company's and ISO New England based forecasts. And I'll let you get there.
I'm good.
I'm there also.
Thank you. So, and based off of my back of the envelope calculations, it appears that there, at least for National Grid, I don't think the discrepancies between forecasts were that large. And I think Eversource in your petition has tried to get ahead of the issue of discrepancy between the ISO New England based load and Eversource by referencing DPU 2067. So my question is, even with the explanation, there is the discrepancy, and you've offered some factors. I'm wondering if, especially for Eversource, if you could walk me through the table in EFSB-N-11-1 with reference to your description in your analysis at 2-9 to 2-11, where you talk about the possible factors that contribute to this discrepancy, and sort of have a discussion linking the two together, if you could.
Yes. Yeah, as we stated in the petition, I believe it's on page 2-9, there are significant differences between the loads forecasted by ISO New England and the company and Eversource, mostly Eversource, and for this load pocket. ISO New England assumes substantially higher peak hour contributions from both EE and distributed generator PV for the load pocket. There are differences in, like, I know as part of the other filing you had mentioned, for Kingston, some of the findings were that the ISO forecast is primarily designed for forecasting regional and statewide trends rather than local trends, and it's less representative of the Eversource forecast. I believe the finding in that filing also showed that the Eversource forecast to be more accurate in predicting the actual loads for the load pocket associated with that filing. And we find the same here. One item is, you see non-coincident peaks where ISO New England is looking at things on a regional basis, and they have a peak earlier than what we see in this load pocket here. And they have peak around 5-6 p.m., where in actual data, we see Eversource peaking for this area later in the day at 7 p.m. So there's a significant difference in the amount of PV that is is generating at that late time of the day. I believe it's in the range of 26% where ISO is forecasting, and we see more in the range of 9%. And this is similar to what the findings were in that Carver-Kingston filing.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. I appreciate the extra color. I guess, and we asked this question in the Carver-Kingston proceeding as well. I don't think the company was able to do this, but I'm going to ask it as well. Are you able to sort of give a percentage, attribute a percentage of the megawatt difference to any of those factors? It might be easier to just hone in on one. So for the most recent year of where we have this information, 2022, it appears from my calculation that the ISO New England and base forecast and the company's forecast is off by 76 megawatts. And confirm that for me. But if you're able to, could you speak to how each of those factors you described contributed to that 76 megawatt, or if it's too interplayed that you're not able to speak to that? I would like that on the record as well.
Yeah, I would speak to it shown on the filing, page 2-10 of the filing. We had a comparison between the Eversource and the ISO forecast, and it shows the difference in both EE and PV for the different years, and it shows a substantial difference. Where Eversource is looking at 4.1 megawatts at PV at the peak time, where ISO New England is in their SELT forecast, which is they're looking at things on more of a regional basis. But for this load pocket, they're forecasting 70 megawatts of PV. This is for the year 2031, as shown on that table 2-10.
Yep.
But this table highlights the differences between the ISO New England forecast and the company and the Eversource forecast.
Thank you. I appreciate you pointing that out. I guess you had stated earlier that the Eversource. Let me restate that. So, is it correct that you had stated that the Eversource forecast is more applicable for this load pocket than the ISO New England based forecast?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Like I can give an example of that. For this year's 2023 actual peak, the net load for the load pocket was 446 megawatts, and ISO New England's 2024 SELT forecast is 411 megawatts. So it's quite a bit lower than we're already actually seeing on an actual peak day. And the 2023 peak was not the hottest day in recent years. You'd have to go back to 2020 was the hottest, and the load's grown since the 2020. So,
thank you. So, Mr. McLaughlin, you provided for 2023 the actual net load and the ISO New England forecasted load. Could you give me the Eversource load? And let me know if this is again too simplistic to think about it this way. But if it's more accurate, would you say that the Eversource forecasted load would be closer to the actual load than the ISO New England based forecast.
Yes, yes, I would say that the EverSource forecasted load would be closer to the actual peak load. Especially if you do a weather adjustment on the actual load for 90-10 weather conditions, then it's closer to the EverSource company forecasted numbers. I can share a updated table of N11 if that's helpful.
I would appreciate that, and if you could also let me just check. If you could also have that weather adjusted value there. The reason I would like an updated table is because even the difference between the company's forecast for 2022 is also a little bit off, about 15% off from the actual. So I don't know if in your opinion that's within the margins of error of forecast, but that also seems to be a little high.
Yeah, the weather adjusted for the 2023 peak for both companies is 487 megawatts. So that it does get us closer to the forecasted value.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wang, you're asking for Mr. Walker to produce something, an updated table.
I think what Mr. McLaughlin is offering is to update the table in that information request. Is that correct, Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I have a table I can share now on screen if you'd like to see it and see if that. Or we could do it. I could submit it as a record request.
If you could share it right now and also submit it as a record request.
Okay. Let me share. Can you see that?
Yes, if you could zoom in a little bit more.
Okay.
$125 usually does the trick.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, so the companies, both EverSource and National Grid, updated this. You can see this. So this is what's in the gray here is what was provided for N11. And then we did update it when we reviewed the actual peak loads, the ISO forecasted loads, and the latest company forecasted loads. And you can see that here's the latest ISO New England self-forecasted loads. It's actually 411, 423. This is 25, 27, 32. So it comes back up to 436 in 2032. But we've already, even this year on the peak day, we've already experienced higher than that value. And this in the parentheses here is the weather adjustment for the 2023 peak. So that's the 90-10 weather conditions. And then down here is a company forecasted load. So, and for 2022, we had 518. And then looking out into the future with the latest forecast, these are the numbers. I think I mentioned this 558 previously. So we can provide this.
This would be helpful, but it doesn't get to my question about the accuracy of the forecast, right? I think if we're able to maybe say that ISO New England's forecasts are less accurate than the company's forecast, but the company's forecast, at least it appears to me for Eversource, is still also weighs a little bit off from the actual experience previously. If you could explain that, that would be really helpful for my understanding.
In a record request, you're saying?
If you can't do it now, a record request would be helpful.
Yeah, well, I could try and explain it now. We experienced the peak of 446, which is weather adjusted to 487. You can see the accuracy of the ISO New England forecast. They're much lower for the load pocket. They're forecasting much lower loads in the pocket, and then here's the company forecast, which are more in line with what we're seeing for actuals.
And to add a bit of context for what Mr. McLaughlin is saying, I just punching the numbers here quickly. The company's forecast is off by about the company's plural forecast is off by about 6.7%. compared to the actuals, whereas the ISO numbers appear to be off by 18.5%. So there is a substantial difference in those results.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. So maybe it is most helpful to look at it as the load pocket as a whole. I had broken it up into Eversource and National Grid, and it seemed to me that Eversource's forecast was pulling that percentage up a little bit. National Grid seemed a little closer to the actual in their forecast. But do you see it as more helpful to see them the two forecasts together as a whole, or is it helpful to look at it as the two different companies' forecasts versus their experienced actual loads?
Generally, for forecasting, you get more accuracy the larger the area you're looking at, because you have a more diverse load. If you're trying to get small areas, it gets less accurate. So in sense of accuracy, I would always argue to look at the larger area, so the combined forecast.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin and Ms. Scott, do you have more to add to that? I don't know if the two of you also do a little bit of forecasting or not.
No, I do not.
I do not do forecasting. I don't have anything else to add.
And I don't have anything else to add either.
Thank you.
I just want to make it clear, Mr. Wong, you did not ask for another record request.
I have not yet, Mr. Shea.
Okay.
So just to confirm, Mr. McLaughlin, are you going to provide that updated table?
Yes, we can provide you with that updated table.
And I think that updated table includes more than the information that was asked for in that original information request. So I think that might have to just come in a record request. Maybe that will make it cleaner.
Yep.
Mr. Shea.
Okay, yes, that would be record request RR-EFSB-4.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. And the other potential one was if Mr. McLaughlin could explain the difference between the company's forecast versus the actual loads experience. I think Mr. Walker has helped to explain sort of the statistical differences and having, honing in on a smaller load pocket versus a larger load pocket. I think that's sufficient for me. I guess to the extent that this information isn't on the record, and I believe it is for this project, we'd asked for the company's forecast methodology. Mr. Walker, do you recall that?
I'm not aware that we have a record request in this proceeding for a detailed layout of the forecasting methodology. We've provided that on other ones before.
Okay. So I would like for that, because that also lays out, how the company's forecasting has changed over the years. Like if I'm recalling right, for other proceedings, you've described, okay, we've changed our forecast to be more accurate on this and this and that. I would like that for the record, just so I can reference that when I need to. Is that possible?
Of course.
So should we make that the next record request?
Yes, please.
RR-EFSB-5.
And to be clear, is that for both Eversource and National Grid?
That would be helpful, yes.
And to clarify the record request, this is for write-up on the forecasting methodology as it stands today, as well as the changes that might have happened between the original submission and today's hearing in the methodology, or the most recent forecast.
I would say any changes in the past 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe you would have that handy anyway, because you've written this up before.
I believe we do. I have to go look through some older records.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, is that clear on your end?
Yeah, I don't do load forecasting, so I'm not sure if we've done that before. But I can certainly request it and find out if there are any changes in the past 10 years in the forecast methodology. And you're also looking for what the existing forecast methodology is?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, last question on need, I think, just to put the nail in this forecasting question is could the company, and I again understanding that both Ms. Scott and Mr. McLaughlin, you don't have forecasting backgrounds. I guess Mr. Walker, if you could help me understand in general what would likely contribute to the difference between a measured actual peak versus a forecasted peak?
That's an excellent question, and there's several factors that can contribute to this. Just at a high level, the most prominent ones is weather impact. While the company does a weather correction, we use a 3-day weighted average of the temperature humidity index to do a correction on the load values. That can only capture so much in how human behavior plays out, for example, when cooling the house in the summer. Trends we've seen is that the first heat wave, even if it is similar to the second heat wave, tends to play out lower than the second one because people, it's the first time it's hot in the summer, people are less likely to close down all the windows and turn on the AC right away. There is some behavior patterns in that. And especially as we've discussed on the previous hearing, we've had a very mild summer this year. The second thing that can impact this is less of a concern here, but in general is large step loads, new projects that have project timelines where there might be delays due to ongoing construction. that pushes loads forwards or backwards on the timeline. That's another key item that can play into this. Economic development is another one. The company does use an econometric forecast with forecasted econometric data. But again, that data is at regional levels. So you might have localized divergence of what's happening in terms of the local economic development. Weather impacts do play from the side of the solar production one. We do have very good mechanisms.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. Weather
impacts also from an aspect of solar generation. If there is local generation plays into it, we do have relatively good mechanisms for backing out solar. But as you're probably aware, we don't have AMI yet and not individually metered behind the meter solar in the state. So we are doing calculations to come up with that behind the meter solar. And there's probably a margin of error there's not a probably, there is a margin of error in that calculation as well. There's a couple of things that play into this, both on the forecasting side and how you actually measure the load, right? It's not just how accurate is the forecast, but how accurate have you measured the gross load on the system and have corrected that of any local generation impacts, distributed generation impacts, switching operations that might have happened, or other phenomena that actually happened on the day you measured the peak, and then in terms of the forecast. So it's on both sides of the equation where you can have uncertainties go into it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I appreciate that.
One more comment. The forecast, and I should note, is a 90-10 forecast, right? So we are looking at the 90th percentile of forecasted load here. So by virtue of that, 90% of actual results on the system will be lower than the forecast.
Thank you. So I don't have any more need questions. I want to see if anyone on the bench, the virtual bench, have questions.
I do not. Mr. Green or Ms. Evans? Don't hear from them.
Ms. Riley, do you have any follow-up on this? Okay. I do have project alternative questions, but I also see that it's close to our usual lunchtime.
Okay, why don't we go off the record, please? Yes, we can take a break. This would be a good time for a break. How do things look in terms of when we might be able to wrap up?
Oh, I have 4 questions on project alternatives. Mr. Wilmer has, I'd say, maybe an hour or two of environmental questions. We do have the whole of tomorrow as well. I have limited questions for Ms. Davis that Ms. Riley is offering tomorrow. And I think we were anticipating some spillover into tomorrow if needed. Mr. Shea, I did internally, I think we did talk about maybe ending at 4 today. Do you think that makes sense?
That's what I was thinking about, whether we could end at 4. Mr. Rosenzweig, I assume there isn't a problem with getting all these distinguished witnesses together tomorrow morning.
That is my understanding, but I will confirm that over the lunch break.
All right. So why don't we, then there's no reason we can't take an hour-long lunch break. We're at 12:45. I'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa, do you want to give your sound a check?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, great.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, better than ever.
Mr. Fay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, do we have enough witnesses back?
So to answer that, Mr. Rosenzweig, I'm looking at project alternatives next.
Yeah. Melissa, you're ready to go with video and audio?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, John, you're there.
Yep.
Gerhard. No, Dave Barron, your video is kind of fuzzy on my end. I don't know if others are having the same visual on you.
You seem to have gotten some Vaseline on your camera.
It's not picking up Mr. Barron's face from the blur filter.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Mr. Barron, can you just say something? You're muted right now. Could you say something? Let us know how your audio is working.
Oh dear.
David has indicated that he's not hearing anything.
Oh.
Can someone ping him and see if he's rebooting or where he is?
I sent him a message to try and rejoin.
Okay.
There we have Mr. Barron is back. Mr. Barron, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Sorry, I had a connection issue, so I've rejoined. Thank you.
Oh, good, good. So, David, do you think we have enough witnesses to go ahead with project alternative?
I'm just checking. I think we have our team here. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Then let's go back on the record. Mr. Wong was questioning when we broke for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I have a limited set of questions here. First one is for my understanding. If I could refer the companies to your response to EFSB-PS, sorry, EFSB-PA-3 parens 1 and EFSB-PA-1, please.
I'm ready.
Thank you. My question. Thank you, Mr. Is that Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes, I'm ready also, thanks.
Thank you. So my question is, just for my understanding, is the benefit of a synchronous condenser its performance with respect to distributed generation with non-varying frequencies that are connected to the grid? If not, could you help me to clarify what I'm misunderstanding the benefit of a synchronous condenser is? Synchronous condenser.
Yep. Yeah, the benefit is it's a dynamic device. It's a dynamic reactive device that's used to stabilize the system of the power, stabilize the voltage of the power system. So it's a device that continuously generates or absorbs reactive power as needed to adjust the grid's voltage. The benefits of it, along with stabilizing the grid voltage, they do provide inertia to the system. It's a spinning machine, so it provides inertia to the system, which helps with system stability, preventing oscillations after a disturbance. So it provides system stability. It also increases the short circuit strength of the system, which has the benefit of improved voltage regulation and also aids in clearing of faults off the system, better detection of faults and clearing of faults off the system.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms.
If
Scott,
I
you
might,
want to?
yeah. And the alternative, which is the StatComs and the SBCs, they are power electronic devices that regulate the voltage.
I'm sorry, you're dropping in and out. The alternative, which is the StatComs and the ACs.
SVCs. Yeah, those are power electronic devices to regulate voltage by injecting current into the system. And they don't have the benefits that Mr. McLaughlin just listed for stability and short circuit strength. So that's why the synchronous condensers are better.
Thank you for that. Without getting into too much detail, because it's reaching the limit of my understanding. And with regard to the inertia, does that have to do with maintaining the frequency for the alternating current nature of the transmission system?
I would say it does have an impact on the system frequency and stabilizing it. It's just a large rotating mass like a generator that provides that inertia or stabilization force to the AC system to help stabilize frequencies, yes, and voltages.
Thank you. And just to connect that to this project, it's not necessarily helpful in this instance because of what? Why is that? Why is it not? Are these benefits not crucial for this particular project?
Because the new transmission source or the new line also provides similar benefits at a lower cost. It was considered to have higher reliability because it's a static line. It's not a rotating machine that can break down or need as much maintenance. And it also had the the project also had the added benefit of introducing a new line to the area, which would help with the integration of new distributed energy resources in the future.
And I might add that the transmission line will help both mitigate both the voltage concerns as well as thermal loading capability. And the synchronous condenser would mostly address voltage.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses. Maybe I'm not seeing the big picture here, but I guess what I don't understand is in what scenarios would a synchronous solution be preferable to an additional transmission line, or is that not comparing something that should be compared in that way?
I think it would be a good alternative if you were dealing with just voltage concerns. But in this case, since we have both thermal and voltage concerns, it's not, you couldn't use it by itself as an alternative.
I'm sorry, by itself as a what?
Alternative to a transmission line.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, do you have anything to add to that?
Nothing else to add to that, no. Thanks.
Thank you. So in your responses, you also state that the synchronous solution is much more expensive. Can I get a ballpark idea of what that would look like? And to add to that, would the cost of a synchronous solution in this case include the cost of an additional switching station, as you have described such an alternative would require?
Yes, I believe it would be the cost of a synchronous condenser as well as a switching station.
Thank you.
And I don't have any of the details on the cost. So I have nothing additional to add.
Ms. Scott, are you able to give an order of magnitudes estimation?
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to take a moment to look at what we have in our filing on alternatives.
Take your time.
Thank you. So we do have in page 3-6, we do have a cost comparison that includes a synchronous solution.
Thank you. Can you give me some time to get there?
Sure.
Okay. And it looks like this cost does not include the switching station. So
That's true.
Would that mean that this cost comparison would be even more in favor of the project in that aspect. You're muted for some reason. Or rather, we can't hear you. You're not muted.
Off the record for a second. It appears Ms. Scott is having trouble.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes. We'll go back
sorry
on the
about
record.
that. Sorry. I'm not sure how much you might have caught, but the synchronous solution for this alternative did not require a switching station. We were able to put it at existing stations. If you had to put it at a switching station, it would only add to this cost. But as you can see, the synchronous condensers were $51 million, but there was also the cost that would be required to reconductor lines for the thermal need of another 9.2 million, which exceeds the cost of the project.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing that up from the record. So moving on to the company's response to EFSB-PA-7. And as always, let me know when you're ready to answer.
I'm all set.
I'm ready.
Ready.
Thank you. So, the company here talks about the distance of, rather, the location of any non-transmission alternatives being important. And it states that, you state that rather, due to increased distance from the far end of the load pocket, the further location would not be favorable. So I'm going to explain to you what I understand and let me know if that's incorrect. Does this mean that a further away NTA solution would not be able to provide the needed relief, or does this mean that at a further distance there be technical issues that contribute to efficiency losses for such a NTA solution?
Yeah, the analysis that was done showed that the best locations were near the High Hill Bell Rock. Those were the most effective. There wasn't a large difference moving further away from those locations. So it wouldn't be a technical, it would just be maybe a slightly larger machine, but they weren't significant differences. Those were just the ideal locations.
Thank you. And Mr. McLaughlin, when you say a slightly larger machine, is that a larger machine would be able to provide more power and thus it would be able to go a longer distance? Is that something? Is that
That's right.
correct?
Yes, it would provide a little slightly more reactive support to have the same performance result as does the High Hill and Bell Rock area.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Can I refer the companies to your response to EFSB-PA-8 now?
I'm there.
Thank you.
Ready?
Thank you.
Ready.
So, the companies have responded to this answer. I guess, is it correct for me to state that the response means that the planned 58 megawatts of energy efficiency reductions are already incorporated in the company's 2031 peak load forecast?
I can take a first shot at this, and John, unless you correct me or add on. So no, the 58 megawatts stem from the ISO's 2020 South forecast as we've outlined in EFSB PA8. I think that's the last sentence in that response. So the approach the company took was to take those, in our opinion, rather aggressive energy efficiency savings targets, as we've discussed prior to the break, and use that as an outlying number to apply to as a potential target EE solution for the non-wires alternative evaluation. So that number stems from the ISO's forecast. It is not part of the company's forecast. The numbers the company has in its forecast are lower. And I'll defer to my colleagues to add anything else if there is anything to be added.
Thank you.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Okay. I think the last question I have is, I could refer the companies to your response to EFSB-PA-12, please.
I'm there.
Thank you. So in this response, the company states that there will be hosting capacity limitations for dispersed storage paired solar on the system. So my question is the company able to estimate the cost of substation and distribution system upgrades that would be required to increase the hosting capacity at the Bell Rock substation to accommodate a hypothetical 85 megawatt of dispersed generation?
I can take a start at this. I believe your question was whether we could do it. I don't think that's something we've done as part of this analysis, simply because as part of the record requests, we've already shown that the net present value calculation of the non-wires alternative, even without those upgrades, is significantly higher than the proposed solution. And I think that is outlined in EFSB PA14 in parentheses S1. So the company we haven't done that. I can't speak to the feasibility of doing a cost estimate on a substation upgrade as a quick turnaround. That would be something my colleagues have to come in, chime in on.
Yeah, Mr. Walker, if I may, I think in one of our previous proceedings, your company, I believe, provided the sort of rough cost per megawatt for your experience in interconnecting distributed generation. I don't know if you have that at the top of your head or not.
I don't have that off the top of my head, and I'm currently unfamiliar with what proceeding or record request you're referring to. Okay. There are certain projects in the region here, the capital infrastructure projects from the company, the SIP projects.
I'm sorry, there are certain projects in the region here.
Yeah, the capital infrastructure projects, the SIP projects from Eversource. One could look into those filings and take those as associated costs with substation upgrades for hosting capacity as a measure. Those are stations in the vicinity.
Sure. So, Mr. Walker, I'm not trying to get like in-depth analysis. I understand from your early response that the cost itself of the generation is significant already. I just want to get a fuller picture of, it's not just the generation. If you want an interconnect, you have to have more upgrades, and I want to get the fuller idea of the cost. And I think the proceeding I was referring to was to do with Boston, so those costs might be completely different from how it is out here.
So I don't have the numbers from Boston in front of me. If those are numbers, and if that was addressed in the East Eagle hearings, that's something we would have to take as a record request to look up what numbers we provided there. But to your point, they would probably be higher due to the dense urban area compared to a more rural setting that we're looking at here. But we can look those up if that was provided in the request.
Sure. Mr. Shea.
So that's a record request?
Yes.
It will be RR-EFSB-6.
Thank you. Last question I have for this right now. I just want for the record the company's statement on how hypothetically dispersed generation would appear to you during a peak summer day emergency condition. Would they be helping to reduce peak load, or would they be actually an added load to the company on your end?
I can take a first shot at this. So let's qualify dispersed generation here, because in our responsive we analyzed both solar and storage. Solar is a non-dispatchable resource, so depending on when the time of peak is and when a hypothetical N-1/-1 event is, solar can contribute more or less depending on the time of day and weather conditions to reducing that, right? And that is part of the analysis the company has conducted in the NWA analysis to come up with a hypothetical number of solar needed to offset this need. For storage, it's a bit more difficult because storage can also act as a load. And this is part of the response in the PA 14 S1, which we were just discussing, is that in order for storage to act in favor of reducing the load during such a peak or event, it would have to be coordinated dispatch. And so if we're looking at a lot of behind-the-meter storage systems, residential, commercial, all of those would have to be tied into a central control system to ensure that they actually dispatch at that point in time. If that's not the case, anything can happen, right? They could be charging, they could be discharging, depending on the time of day and the event we're looking at. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I wanted a statement on the record to that effect. Did Mr. McLaughlin or Ms. Scott have anything to add?
I don't have anything to add to that, thanks.
I do have something to add. There's also the concern with the duration of time that we would likely have if we had an N-1/-1 that we would need to have covered by solar and battery storage over the 24-hour load cycle on a peak day. I believe this duration was 14 hours of projected overload. And with the technology today, the battery storage would not be able to handle that duration. And PV, it would also, we couldn't rely on it for certainly 14 hours.
Thank you. I have nothing further for project alternatives right now. Does anyone on the EFSB staff have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. So I believe Mr. Wilmer will proceed with construction questions, then route selection and environmental.
Yeah. Go off the record for a second. Wayne, now that you're done with project alternatives, would this be a good time for Sarah Riley to jump in on that subject? Sarah, do you have any questions on project alternatives?
No, thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, let's go back. No, that's all right. Let's go back on the record.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Wilmer.
Mr. Wong. Good afternoon. I'll be starting with questions on construction, open to the entire panel. I'll try to start out with more general questions before getting into more specific questions. My first question, and I believe it has been covered in the Gantt chart, but I would just like to recap for the record. What is the total duration of the construction?
For Eversource, we're looking at about 7 months, but it's a forecast right now and it's weather dependent. And also if there are any permit restrictions that that might change time of year or duration of specific activities, but approximately 7 months for Eversource.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilmer. This is Dave Barron for National Grid. Similar, National Grid is anticipating approximately 8 to 9 months for construction, again, depending on time of year restrictions.
Thank you. Would those be concurrent, any of those months, or is that to be cumulative? In other words, am I looking at 15 to 16 months, or is there any overlap?
No, I think there's complete overlap. Essentially, once all permits are in hand for both companies, the construction would be commencing by both companies in their respective sections.
Perfect, thank you. I saw in the analysis on page 1-5 that there are 7 phases of construction. If you need a moment to reference that, I'll wait. The question is, how long are each of those phases?
We're talking about the overhead construction.
The 7 phases that are outlined in the analysis, I would like an estimate for each one of them, if possible, please.
So for at least speaking for Eversource, these are going to be intermittent activities. So they're not going to be sequential. We could be working on several of them at the same time. So at any given point, we'll probably only be at a site for 3 to 5 days for the overhead construction. However, people may come back to a site to work on something. So like we might, for example, have veg management go through and remove vegetation prior to, for example, the foundations going in. So this isn't going to be a sequential list of activities. I hope I answered that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Blown-Clark. And roughly for each of these activities that are outlined, how many construction personnel are required, and roughly how many people would be on site at any given time?
Yes, Mr. Wilmer, this is Dave Barron. We did have an information request. If you give me a moment to search for that, that describe the crew complements. I believe it was information request EFSB CM-1. So for National Grid's portion of the project, we're primarily constructing the project with our internal construction resources. We're estimating for installation of the direct embedment foundations that we'll have 2 crews. Each crew would consist of 4 individuals. For reinforced concrete foundations, it's really just 1 crew consisting of 8 individuals. For structure installation, we're anticipating 2 crews, each consisting of 8 individuals. And then for the installation of wires, conductors, shield wire, and optical ground wire, we're anticipating using 1 crew consisting of 16 individuals. So that's the main construction. We are using planning on using some contracted services for the tree removal and vegetation management, as well as access roads and road improvements and erosion and sediment control installations. You can refer to that same information request for those crew complements. But again, at the end of the day, that'll be at the discretion of the contractor. That's just an approximation. So that's, I think, what's planned for National Grid's portion of the project. Lisa, you
Sure.
provided some information in that same request on Eversource's plans.
Yes, I don't have any updates to EFSB-CM-1. These are estimates for Eversource because we actually will be primarily using contractors for this project, and we haven't gone to bid yet. So I don't have actuals for you, but those are the best forecasts that we could state right now.
Thank you. It sounds like at any given moment, roughly 16 individuals is the highest number I'm hearing. Perhaps given the concurrence of work happening, that number may increase. Are the companies able to provide the necessary space for all of this to occur on the right-of-way, or is there going to be any spill onto any public ways for either parking or setting things up? I understand for some activities that require crossing public streets that would be necessary, but for any of the activities outside of that, would there be any burden on public ways?
Yes, Mr. Wilmer, we're not anticipating parking any vehicles or equipment on public ways.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. In earlier testimony, I heard that the company may be restricted in the time of year it can construct. Other than the earlier mentioned rare species concerns due to permitting, are there any other, and of course, besides weather, unpredictable weather occurrences?
I'm sorry, are there any other, what?
Are there any other concerns beyond unpredictable weather that would restrict time of year construction?
So just for Eversource, beyond permits, when we go into outage planning on the project, we may be restricted depending on whether we need transmission outages for any portion of the project. I'm off the top of my head, I'm thinking about the underground portions, but it could be any portion of the project. If we have a required outage for clearance purposes for construction, we may be required to restrict that particular construction to a specific time period, along with the permits as well. Thank you.
And for National Grid's portion of the project, it is all overhead. We don't anticipate any outage requirements for the construction. It would really be for the final connection and energization commissioning of the project, where we may need a brief outage to start that work. But no, apart from sort of weather conditions and potential permit time of year restrictions, I don't see any other impacts on sort of planned work schedule.
Thank you. I'm not that familiar with the FAA regulations for requirements with lighting. However, are the tall structures required to have FAA lights?
I'll ask my my colleague Kim Stevenson to correct me if I misspeak here, but I believe we did do for National Grid's portion of the project, an FAA analysis, and there was a determination that no FAA lighting would be required.
That's correct.
Similarly, for Eversource, we are not anticipating any lighting required on the structures for the project.
Great, thank you. Will there be any other lighting used, general construction lighting, lighting after the construction is finished for any reason?
No, there's no permanent lighting planned as part of the project. There's no need for it. I can imagine that there could be a situation hypothetically where we have started a construction activity and may need to bring in lighting if we're going past sundown, but that is typically not the case, and nothing sort of permanent. There could be a need for some temporary lighting in a special circumstance during construction, but there will be no lights installed as part of the project.
And same for our portion.
Given the distance to any abutters, is it fair to say that the companies do not believe that in the case there would be after dark lighting, that it would be visible or affect any abutters?
I think that's a fair statement, Mr. Wilmer, particularly for National Grid's portion. There's very few abutters. The ones that I think the closest is over 500 feet away. And National Grid's portion is in the middle of a forested area, essentially. I don't know, Lisa, if you have anything to add.
We're not planning on using any lighting to do construction. I might defer to either Jamie or Yana about the proximity. I'm not sure if they have something to add.
Yes, hi, this is Yana Linhart, Project Services at Eversource. We are not in proximity close enough to abutters to warrant lighting on this project.
Thank you, everyone. On information request CNA-E-9, it states that the companies do not anticipate any blasting. Generally speaking, could you please describe the circumstances in which blasting would be required during row transmission line construction, maintenance, or operation? If that's the case, and row construction or maintenance.
I'm sorry, in row construction?
Or maintenance.
I'm sorry, did you say road or row right away?
Row, R-O-W.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, this is David Barron. typically we don't use blasting, and we use either rock drilling, coring, or pneumatic breakup of rocks to promote the excavations. It essentially we won't be doing any blasting.
And this is. Go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, Chris, thank you. That it would have to be a very unique circumstance to really warrant the need for blasting, and we don't anticipate that. We've done geotechnical borings along the right of way, and we have a good solid understanding of the subsurface conditions, so we don't anticipate blasting. But go ahead, Chris.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Barron. I would just echo what Mr. Barron has said. We don't anticipate the need to blast. We've also done geotechnical borings at select locations where we know we've got deep foundations for, say, like a dead end structure or a riser structure around the tie-ins of the underground sections. We would use a rock coring bit for that type of foundation installation as well, if it was in fact present, rock was present. Similarly for the underground portions, we don't anticipate significant ledge or bedrock to be encountered, but given the short sections for those minor underground sections, we'd probably just use a pneumatic hammer or a similar piece of equipment that would essentially chip away enough of the rock so that we could get our underground sections installed. And then during ongoing operations, I can't anticipate any need for blasting or any cause for that in my 20 years of utility experience, not only doing permitting, but doing environmental compliance on rights of way. I've never seen an operational situation occur that required blasting, but I'll, leave that to any others on this call who could, add any color to that.
Has anyone on the panel experienced blasting for utility work?
This is Jamie Duran from Power. Yes, regards to blasting, but that was for large diameter natural gas pipeline work. I haven't seen blasting done for the installation of transmission structures.
Yeah, and just to qualify my response, I was referring to overhead construction or even underground construction, but not for electrical lines. I've just we've never encountered a significant section of rock that would require blasting.
That's very helpful. On information request, CNA-E-10, it states that the companies will employ qualified environmental inspectors to regularly review the project site. Is there an established schedule for these inspections?
Yes, so we would have Eversource would have qualified environmental inspectors out there conducting at least weekly inspections of the project site. Those are required under the EPA's construction general permit. Those monitors would be doing that weekly inspection and reporting back to the Eversource team and to the contractor as well on any observations in terms of any environmental best management practices that may require repair, any sort of maintenance or any deficiencies in those BMP's ability to adequately filter and control stormwater. So we would be doing that minimum of weekly And then in certain instances, we may be doing even more frequent monitoring, such in the case of if we were doing any sorts of rare species presence absence monitoring during construction, for example, for rare turtles or something like that, that might require daily sweeps of the proposed construction area just to ensure that if there's any turtles present, we could move those individuals out of harm's way.
Yeah, and from a National Grid perspective, our qualified environmental monitors might be on a little bit more frequently than the weekly inspection, only because of the presence of rare species, but also while we're working in close proximity to the public water supply, we might have folks on site full time, just helping assist, knowing that they're familiar with National Grid best management practices, but also familiar with applicable regulatory requirements. We might have them on a little bit more frequently than the weekly, the minimum of the federal and state requirements.
And I'll add to my response in saying that depending on how much of the project site we have in active construction, there could be a scenario where, a typical 8-hour day is not enough time for one of our monitors to be, moving through the project work, active work area and inspecting all of the areas that, do have active construction. So they may have to be on site, twice a week, or they may have to sort of break up the time that they're out there so that they can adequately look at all active areas of construction. And sometimes depending on the length of the project, there's just not enough time in a single 8-hour day to get a look at everything, so that you can include all that information in the report.
Thank you.
Just a second, pardon me, Ms. Riley, did you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify how often it would include water quality testing, given that it's adjacent to the Copacabana Reservoir, which, as you know, is 19% of the Fall River's drinking water supply.
I'm sorry, 19% of what?
Of Fall River's drinking water supply comes from the Copacabana Reservoir. So my question is, how often will they be doing water quality testing of the Copacabana, considering how close in proximity the construction will be to the water's edge? Are they just visually observing, or are they going to be doing water quality testing regularly?
There's turbidity monitoring that's required under the EPA NPDES permit, and we would be complying with those frequencies. I believe it's the first time you're starting to dewater, and then a series of times at the on the outset, and then it dissipates as you continue through the dewatering process.
Okay.
And again, those similar requirements apply to the Eversource side of the work. While we are not going through a public water supply area, anytime you've got a situation where you're doing construction dewatering and that dewatering is flowing directly to a receiving water, you are required to conduct that turbidity monitoring. What we attempt to do as part of our work typically, though, is pump any dewatering to an upland area that's as far away from a receiving water as possible. We'll put that dewatering effluent into we call it a dewatering basin. It's essentially like a filter bag, and we put that on the ground surface in a vegetated area with either some silt fence around it or straw bales staked to the ground around it, so that water can now discharge out to that bag and try to infiltrate back to the ground to the extent practicable, but certainly be filtered by the time it's getting outside of that filter bag and beyond that dewatering structure.
But at the junction of the Copacabana Reservoir, Copacabana River Culver, and Quanapag Road, it's all wetland that flows directly into the reservoir. So how do you manage that in that location?
Aaron, can you handle that?
Yeah,
That's the National Grid
well, we
portion of the
typically
project.
identify a dewatering area that is in an upland area that will not directly discharge to the resource area itself. We haven't defined where those locations are on the right of way. That will come a little bit more closer to construction. I believe there was an information request on what our soil erosion sediment control plan may look like. It's a draft of that, and that has identified areas where controls are going to be. I'm just not sure if it has identified where dewatering basins are going to be. If you want to just give me one moment, I can.
It's just going to be very tricky in that area because all of the river areas, so to speak, that are not adjacent to the reservoir itself are all completely watershed areas that feed directly into the reservoir. That's the concern with the construction so close to the water's edge and drinking water supply in an area that is a very vulnerable biodiverse area.
This is
I think in that
wait.
In that, I think in that area, I think it would be contingent on the companies to do much more frequent water testing, considering the wetland area is completely to the north. I mean, there's all of the Copacabana watershed and swamp that feeds into that area that they should be doing water quality testing on a regular basis, not, I don't know. It hasn't been stipulated how often. My question is still how often are they doing water quality testing in that area? Not monitoring for turbation, but actually monitoring the water supply.
We have there's no anticipation to be testing water quality at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's resume, Mr. Walmer.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. If possible, I think it would be better use of time to let me get through the remaining questions on construction and then hand the floor over to anyone else who has questions. I'm trying to maintain the topics. There is a water topic that I will be getting into later, and I just want to make sure that I don't have overlap and lose my train of thought of what's been said on what topic.
Go ahead. Yeah, what we'll do is, Mr. Wilmer, when you're done with a particular topic, you can indicate to us that you're done, and then I'll ask if anyone has, any further questions on that topic. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Shea. My next question is on page 5-6 of the analysis. It states that there will be 2,300 linear feet of new access road spurs. Will these road spurs be paved, and what is included in the construction of these new road spurs?
That page reference, Mr. I'm sorry.
Page 5-6.
Aaron, if you wanted to take a first cut at that, please feel free.
Yeah, on the National Grid side, there is no proposed pavement. Any new access road is typically built up on the existing subsurface with clean stone that's brought in. It's typically crowned so that it can, typically crowned in about 16 to 20 feet wide to account for the heavy equipment that would be passing through the transmission line and into the right-of-way itself. And then on the edges of the access road will typically account for swales to just manage water or storm water for future use of the right-of-way.
And that's a very similar response that I would give for the Eversource portion. We've got a significant existing access road network within our right of way. So when we are getting onto the constructions to the right of way and preparing it for construction, we will be getting out to the locations where the proposed structures are to be installed. Typically, we will, if we have to, create a short section of new existing spur access road off of the existing access road that sort of runs parallel within the right of way. That short spur will just effectively connect our working area for where we'll install that structure to that existing access road, just so that we've got a stable working and driving surface for that construction to occur, and for ingress and egress by construction equipment from the structure location to the primary access road and then out to area public roadways.
Thank you.
This is Karen Hanachek at Power. If I could just interject to clarify that since we did submit this application in 2021, there has been a few adjustments to this number for the need of access road spurs or realignments. Right now, that number is just about 6,000 linear feet. We've had to make a few adjustments due to some sensitive species areas that were identified. So just wanted to make sure that was updated for the record.
Thank you. Does the company have knowledge of where these road spurs are going to go ahead of time, or are they dictated based on a need as construction develops?
I would say we generally have a good idea on where those roads are going to be located. For our stormwater pollution prevention plans and for our other state and local permit applications, we do include a bit more granular detail on where we'd be kind of installing our construction work pad area at each structure, and based on that location, where we would need any additional new sections of access road or spur road, as the case might be, back to the primary access road. I will say that it may be that a road moves slightly one direction or another, by probably just no more than a handful of feet, just to avoid any large obstructions that might be on the right of way in the case of, say, a large boulder or something to that effect that doesn't necessarily need to be moved. But those roads are primarily located essentially where it makes the most sense to ease the extent of construction that's required to install them.
And that would be the same for National Grid. I think they try to use the existing contours to their advantage.
Yeah, so for that, in that regard, if we were working on a hill or something like that, we wouldn't want to be in a situation where we're trying to install a spur road back up to a structure work pad. We'd probably want that spur road to be a bit more at a level section coming into that work pad, so that any larger equipment just wouldn't have any issues with any significant grade changes or something like that, like a larger truck that maybe would have a difficulty navigating those types of grades. But that's generally reflected on the kind of granular detail of the drawings that are prepared to facilitate construction.
And if I could add, this is Jamie Durand from Power Engineers. We did develop, I think it was mentioned earlier, we did get the certificate on the the single environmental report from the Secretary of EEA. And we developed project plans that do show proposed access routes. And those are also defined as what type of work is needed, what type of surface treatment will be required. So as Chris and Aaron indicated, these are mostly to get to proposed structures where we can't get to structures from the existing roadway system. And we also do show locations of where temporary construction matting is required as well. So as Chris indicated, we do a lot of planning for these, and there may be some field adjustments when construction does occur. Thank you.
To that extent, I believe we have submitted copies of the SEIR filing to the board, so that information is on the record.
Thank you both. That's very helpful. Continuing on the topic of road construction, on EFSB-CM-5, the companies state that they are aware of the possible repaving of some of the public roadways that service residential dwellings. When were the companies made aware of this?
This is Jamie Durand. I can take a first crack. For the National Grid side, Ms. Riley has been involved with the project. We've met with her on several occasions in the field, probably going back over a year ago. We met her on the right-of-way. She expressed, some of her questions and concerns about the project, and one of them was, knowing that we're going to use Copacut Road in Fall River as an access. That's a paved road. Copacut Road brings you to Quannapoag Road, which is also in Fall River. That is a gravel road. So there was she expressed that with heavy equipment, are the neighbors going to bear the burden of having that road deteriorated during construction? So we were, for that particular roadway, I think that's when we were made aware of it. And I believe in one of our commitments, and I can look it up to one of our recent information requests, is that, prior to construction, we would do an inspection, probably a video inspection of the roadway to see what the existing conditions are, and do similar after construction. And, if we, the project, created, damaged the road, that we would work with the city of Fall River. It is a public road, to make necessary corrective actions.
Thank you, Mr. Durand. I believe in the information request, I was specifically referencing where it says that National Grid has been in communication with the city of Fall River and has been made aware of the possible repaving of some of the public roadways that serve as residential dwellings along the boundary of the Watepa Reservation. Is that the same area you're referring to when you mentioned Copacut Road?
Again, could you tell me, are you looking at the analysis or are you looking at a specific information request?
That's an information request, EFSB-CM-5.
CM-5, okay. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I don't know if someone else on the team can chime in for a minute. I'm having trouble putting my hands on that one.
I could also make that a record request just to get the names of those roadways and the extent of the repaving that the city of Fall River has communicated with National Grid.
You want to make that into a record request?
Yeah, I guess, but sorry, I could try to answer. The Watuppa Reservation is about 2,000 feet west of the Bell Rock substation. So we don't anticipate having any conflict in that area. I think what Jamie was referencing is by the Copacabana Reservoir, which the transmission line is proposing to traverse. And so, the information that we received from the city was of repaving of areas that weren't directly related to the construction of this transmission line.
Is it fair to say that this repaving, well, given that we know the extent of the repaving schedule, that it would not impact construction of these projects?
I would say that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Dave Barron, I don't know if you want to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I agree with what you said, Aaron. I think the information in the information request was not specific to the Copacabana Road area. It was, as you said, elsewhere in Fall River, closer to Bell Rock substation. That was my understanding. Thank you.
Please refer to information request EFSB-LU-2 and let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Yep.
States that National Grid has a verbal agreement with the property owner on State Road in Westport, Massachusetts, and that Eversource's future construction contractor will lease a staging and laydown area in the vicinity of the project.
I'm sorry, you went out, and that Eversource's future construction contractor will
lease a staging and laydown area in the vicinity of the project. And I have a couple of questions about this statement. The first question is, approximately how large of a surface area does National Grid plan on using in the yard reference?
Yes, Mr. Wilmer, I'll have to check the square footage of that. It's a fenced open lot essentially on State Road in Westport. From potentially bad memory, I want to say it's approximately a 2-acre parcel, but I'll have to check that, and I can get back to you after our break if that helps.
That should be fine. Thank you.
I'll see if I can find it real time here.
And similarly, what size requirements does Eversource have for its staging and laydown area?
We would rely on the contractor to provide the staging area. We have a list of contractors that we frequently use, and they would normally use a yard that they've that they either own or control as the staging area. If you need the exact size, I'd have to look and see what other similar projects have used in the past. We don't have a contractor yet. We haven't gone to bid.
Thank you.
Okay.
Given that you're stating the contractor is most likely going to be responsible for sourcing that location, is it fair to say there's no preferred location by Eversource at the moment for that?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. My final question on construction, and then I'll open the floor to any colleagues or interveners who would like to add questions. Would the project restrict access for local businesses, residences, or school bus routes?
For National Grid's portion of the project, there'll be no restriction. It's quite a remote area, and we only cross Copacabana and Quannapoag Road, and those sections of the road in particular are very lightly traveled, so we expect no impacts.
For Eversource, most of our work is going to take place in the right-of-way or in existing Eversource facilities, substation, switching station. We don't currently plan to close any roads. And going forward, we're going to be working with the municipalities, and we'll continue to work with them about any plans involving school bus routes or any issues like that. But no, we're not planning on closing any roads.
Thank you.
Pardon me, could we off the record for a second?
Sure.
Would this be a good time to take a break?
Yeah, would be a good time.
Off the record, my bladder says yes.
Oh, righto. Then it's
Yep.
3 o'clock. I'll see you all at 3:15. Thank you. How are we doing on resumption? Are there enough witnesses back?
I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we go back on the record, and Brian, why don't you continue?
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I would like to open the floor to anyone who has questions on construction. My next topic will be land use / wildlife, followed by wetlands and water resources, and finally magnetic fields. But if there's any questions on construction, I would be open to that.
Ms. Riley has some questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wilmer, you asked some really important questions. Thank you very much. You asked questions. Can you hear me? Just want to check.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
You asked about parking on public roadways, the section at Quanapag and Copacabana, because it is a dirt road on Quanapag, and because Copacabana Road between Quanapag and the northern part of the power lines is essentially unmaintained rough dirt road. No one can drive up there in a personal car and drive up there. So daily workers cannot drive from that section of Quanapag straight up. They typically, what's happened over the many
Ms.
years.
Riley, if I could just stop you there. This is several times this has happened, and we've tried to be flexible. You're testifying essentially with the statements you're making, and you're not a witness, at least not at this point. You may ask questions to our panel, and we have no problem with that. And if you do, try to make them as clear and as simple as possible. But you can't preface your questions with your view of the world. You can argue that on brief. We're not going to have any problem with you doing that, and we can address that based on the record. But you can't provide all these factual assertions of what the circumstances are as they lead up to a question.
Let's go off the record.
Understood.
Mr. Rosenzweig, I agree with what you say, but I'm very distressed that you didn't just make an objection and let me rule on it. So in the future, I'm going to request that you make an objection and I'll rule on it. I agree with everything that you've said. Okay. So let's go back on the record. Go ahead, Ms. Riley.
I promise that I will do my best to try to follow the rules and the regulations as they exist, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to fail at it. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
My question is for National Grid at the point of Quanapag and Copacabana, how are daily construction workers supposed to get from their personal vehicles to these points when there is no actual off-road parking at those sites? Where are they expected to park? I have the answer, but
No. Our witnesses can respond to the extent they can. I understand.
Yes, go ahead.
Right. Does anyone want to respond to that? I can ask the next question if you don't have an answer.
Does anyone want to respond to that question?
It looks like Dave's trying to respond, but he's on mute.
Oh, okay. Why don't we
sorry.
Mr. Theron, go ahead, sir.
User malfunction. I was trying to answer. Thank you, Ms. Riley, for the question. Thank you for bearing with me, Mr. Shea. Yeah, so for National Grid's part, our workers will not be using their personal vehicles to get to the project site. They will be marshaling at our staging area, the one that we discussed earlier on Westport Road, as well as other National Grid facilities in the general project area, and then taking their work vehicles onto the project site. So there'll be no personal vehicles parked at Quanapag and Copacabana Road.
Oh, okay. So long as I have your word on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Riley.
That handles it. I mean, if the question, okay, Mr. Wilmer's question was about bus transportation and clear, not interrupting bus routes, and that as a mother with children get off the bus at my house, it is important to me that is not obstructed.
Okay. All right. So do you have any more questions, Ms. Riley?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Wilmer, let's go back. Oh, I'm sorry, did anyone have something to say?
I was just going to say, Mr. Shea, Mr. Wilmer asked a question earlier on, it was information request EFSB LU2, on the
Yes.
size of the staging site that we're renting. I was able to look that up during the break, Mr. Wilmer, and it's approximately 1.6 acres in size. I just wanted to follow up on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Barron. I appreciate it. Mr. Wilmer, please go ahead with your questions, your next line of questions.
Thank you. This next area topic will be land use and wildlife. Starting with the clarifying question, the analysis on table 4-4, and I apologize, I don't have the page number for that, table 4-4 and the analysis volume 1, shows that there are 106 acres of priority rare species habitat within the row. However, page 5-23 states that there are 142 acres of rare species priority habitat. Could you please explain the apparent discrepancy?
Mr. Wilmer, would you please state those page references again?
Sure. Table 4-4, which is on page 4-23 and 5-23.
Mr. Wilmer, it's okay if we, the witnesses just take a moment to find those references and absorb the information.
So I can interject here. I believe what has happened was during the preparation of this analysis, there was an additional priority habitat polygon that was created by the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program on the Eversource portion of the project. I forget specifically which town that was located in. I might defer to others on the call to help me with that. But I believe the addition of that additional polygon was not included in that section 4 routing analysis table, but was included in the section 5 rare species habitat analysis.
And this is Chris Newhall. I can tell you that the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program did update their mapping. I believe it was either in 2021 or 2022, because at the beginning of the project, we had conducted, mapping to determine where these mapped habitats of rare species were located. And between that time and conducting surveys back in 2018 timeframe to conducting surveys just this past year, there was a new area of mapped habitat added in the town of Acushnet. So Eversource was required to go back out and do some habitat assessment work in those areas to determine suitability for that species. So that is the likely cause of the inconsistency there is the table may not have been updated from previous creation of in cataloging of the data, whereas the narrative was updated.
Yeah, and for further clarification, I would just also like to add that the table 4-4, the Route 1 or the preferred route has the highest acreage of rare species habitat. So really the addition of this additional polygon would not affect that route scoring.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that the correct number is 142 acres. And the table is not updated, is that correct?
I would agree with that, Mr. Wilmer.
Okay, thank you both. Please refer to information request CNA-G-7. It's not that crucial, I don't think, for you to have it in front of you, but if that's the reference from the question. The companies state that it installed 22 plants and removed 2 trees. What was the purpose of the tree removal and plantings?
Can you cite what that was again? I was trying to find it.
Sure, it's information request CNA-G-7.
Thanks.
So this is Jana Linhart from Project Services at Eversource. I can take this, Lisa. This was a mitigation request by that abutter for, she had concerns regarding the, just reading through this, her landscaping at 20 Brittany Lane. And so we had a series of conversations with her, and we tried to address her concerns about the vegetation around her area. And so this was basically a mitigation request for her that we accomplished by way of these plantings and removals.
Thank you, Ms. Linhart. Is it fair to say that this work is not necessary to the project? And if not, is there a standard policy or procedure that this would fall under for the company? I believe it's Eversource. I'm sorry, Ms. Linhart, are you with Eversource?
I am Eversource.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question. Would you know, Lisa, in terms of if this is necessary for the project?
I would say, Eversource tries to work with the neighborhoods and with the municipalities and with people that are affected by our projects. So I don't know if I would use the term necessary. I would say it's us trying to be good neighbors.
Thank you. My final question for land use and wildlife is that on information request CNA-G-3, the company states that it is not subject to the terms and conditions of the Southeastern Bioreserve Conservation Restriction. How familiar is the company with the restriction?
This is Erin Worski. We do know that there's a conservation restriction that surrounds the right-of-way as part of the bioreserve.
And from your understanding, what is the purpose and the terms of the restriction?
I believe it's, for conservation, recreation, and maintain aesthetics of the general area itself.
Do you know if the company would be able to perform the work adhering to the restriction?
No, they would not.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had for land use and wildlife. If anyone has any questions relating to that topic, I would open the floor to them now.
Mr. Riley? Do you have any land use?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Am I muted or am I unmuted? I'm sorry.
We can hear you now.
I apologize if I was unmuted. Ms. Worski, could you elaborate on the coordinated efforts with NHESP in developing a comprehensive plan for management and monitoring program to track a protected reptile of species of special concern and an avian species? This is in reference to CNA E-4, 2 in parentheses, I'm not sure. Specifically, what species are you referring to? Again, this is CNA E-4.
Ms. Wariski, just as a directive, if there's an issue of confidentiality regarding a species, I would ask you to try to answer at the first instance without identifying that species, so we don't violate any agency protections that might apply.
Is there a confidentiality issue here?
It depends what the species is and how it's being treated, and I know in some of these areas there are restrictions in disclosing publicly what the endangered species are so that they can be protected.
Oh, I see. Okay, then that sounds fine. Can you answer the question without divulging the name of the species?
I can adapt my question. If you'd like, I can adapt my question.
Sure.
Sure.
Why don't you re-ask your question?
Could you tell me, with regards to those species, what is the plan in terms of mitigation?
Sure. So National Grid has been coordinating with Natural Heritage Program since 2018. We filed a MESA checklist that same year, and we did receive a list of species that are on their list of species of concern. And so we have been, since 2019, I would say, received collection permits and approvals to perform certain surveys of all of those species of concern, and that's been ongoing as late as this past summer. The minimization techniques that we are planning to use for all of those species of concern, we have been using specialized forestry. We plan to use specialized forestry techniques to minimize our impact. We'll be using controls and construction mats to minimize earth disturbance to some of these habitats. And on the conservation management plan will be a direct reflection of those minimization techniques, but also what we can't get to net zero, we would be mitigating through on-site mitigation, habitat protection, restoration of habitat, and I think the bulk of it will be funding research through the Natural Conservancy's mitigation fund. Hope that answers your question.
Can you confirm that that they were unaware of the eastern whippoorwill on the actual power lines at Quanapog Road, and that they only became aware of it when I notified National Grid of it this past year?
As I mentioned, we did file. Oh, I'm sorry.
You use the word they in your question, Ms. Riley. I just wanted to be clear to whom you were referring when you say they were unaware.
Natural Heritage. Natural Heritage was unaware up until I notified Natural Heritage and yourself this past year of the eastern whippoorwill on the actual power lines.
We did respond to an information request indicating that in that MESA checklist that we received, that listed species was identified back in 2018. So we have been overseeing and talking through the mitigation strategy for that species since then.
Okay, and the mats, the construction mats, are they designed to protect them where they are nesting and laying eggs?
Construction mats are used as a best management practice for wetland species. So I don't think that would be sufficient for nesting of any sort of avian species.
Okay, thank you. Were those measures used at the Bell Rock substation when it was expanded a year ago, I believe it was?
Are you asking about construction mats? I'm sorry. What
yes,
wait. I'm sorry. Were you asking about construction mats?
Not generally. I'm asking about mitigation for species of special concern, such as the eastern box turtle at Bell Rock Road substation. Can I ask that question?
Yeah, I would rather you not identify the specific species, because that would require our witnesses to either agree with you and identify something that would be treated as confidential by Natural Heritage. But I think if you just kept it to a species of special concern, it's fair to ask our witnesses what measures were used at Bell Rock. I would have no problem.
Okay, what measures were used at Bell Rock substation?
Are you asking for measures related?
Wait, just a minute. You can only talk at one time. I'm sorry, Ms. Worski, you were saying, are you asking for?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for clarification for the measures specific to wetland impacts or for rare species.
Rare species, please.
For rare species, what we did was basically encompass or corral the entire substation and work area with exclusion fencing, and that was used as a mitigation measure for the rare species of concern for that project.
Okay, thank you. Were there any studies that were done just prior to and just after the upgrades to the Bell Rock substation for that particular species?
There was.
Can you elaborate on whether or not it impacted the species at all?
No, we were able to, because the habitat itself is so large, Natural Heritage did not think that it would raise to the level of a take. So the best managed practices that we used, the fencing and the coning off of the work area was sufficient to Natural Heritage.
Okay.
Are you guys,
that's all I have.
All frozen?
That's all I have for
frozen.
now.
Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Riley.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. So it's let me go back to Mr. Wilmer. Would you like to start with the next your next questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shea. My next questions are on wetlands and water resources. Please refer to information request CNA-I-2. The companies state they have performed a visual inspection of the concrete culvert running beneath Quannapoag Road. Are the companies aware of the age of the culvert?
This is Jamie Durand from Power Engineers. We put a request into the Fall River City Engineering Department to get information on that existing culvert regarding any as-built plans they may have. We have not yet received information from the city, but we are still attempting to get information. So at this time, we don't have the exact date. It does look like more of a modern culvert. It is reinforced concrete, so it's not like it's an old stone, farm type culvert.
Thank you. And to the company's knowledge, does the culvert function as originally designed presently?
Again, this is Jamie Duran with Power Engineers. Well, without having the design information, it's tough to say that it's operating as designed. But based on the times we've been in the field and doing inspections, I mean, it is carrying the flow of Coppercut River onto Quannapoag Road into the Coppercut Reservoir.
Final question on this information request. If the culvert were to be designed and built today, would there be any differences due to updated codes or standard practices to your knowledge?
Again, Jamie Duran from Power Engineers. Again, we don't have the design specs, but what we've assumed is, Quannapoag Road is a public roadway. So assumed to, carry typical vehicles, cars, buses, fire trucks. We've been told that, fire departments have responded to wildfires out there. I think most roads, culverts are designed for H20 loading. So we would assume that that's what this this culvert is also designed to. That answers your question. I don't know, Dave Barron, if you have anything else to add to that?
No, that was going to be exactly my response, Jamie. It's typical practice for culverts to be designed in public roadways for H20 loading.
Thank you. On information request CNA-I-3, National Grid states that it will install guardrails or barriers at the culvert crossing. Are these guardrails necessary for the company's construction?
Yes, Mr. Wilmer, the guardrails and barriers are not necessary for the company's construction. It's a mitigation that we're offering. I think there was a concern expressed by Ms. Riley during one of our field meetings, as well as with meeting with the Fall River Police Department. So there are presently no barriers where the Quannapoag Road crosses the culvert. So hypothetically, someone traveling the road could get off the embankment and into the into the embankment of the river. So as a goodwill measure and a mitigation for the project, we're proposing to install barriers to prevent such an instance.
Roughly when does the company plan on installing these guardrails?
It would be in conjunction with construction of the project, probably towards the tail end.
To the best of your knowledge, would it have any impact on the project schedule?
No,
okay.
It would not.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, I apologize. This is Jamie Durand with Power Engineers. This any bollards or guardrails we'll put in place would also be done in consultation with the city of Fall River, the city engineer, to make sure they were comfortable with the design. And I'm assuming they would check with the police and fire departments to make sure that they were on board with what was being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Durand. That's all I have on wetlands and water resources. I open the floor to anyone with questions on that topic.
Ms. Riley, do you have questions on this topic?
Yes, sir. I will make it brief. Did you do a visual inspection of the culvert from the road, or did you do a inspection from under the culvert? And was it certified? A certified engineering study?
Ms. Riley, this is Jamie Durand with Power Engineers. The inspection performed to date was, we actually got into the stream and walked in, through the culvert while it was flowing to see the integrity of the culvert. A civil engineer has not certified the culvert. As I mentioned a few minutes ago in another response, we have reached out to the city engineer to see if we can get detailed information on the culvert. I think is also, I'm not sure if this has been mentioned yet, as part of the mitigation to protect the culvert, we are proposing to install steel plates over the culvert, over the surface of the culvert, over the road, which we've done with other projects, so that we can displace the loads of the equipment. One of the things that we will be doing with the civil engineering group is to design the loading, to figure out what the thickness of the plates are required to be, so that we can protect the underlying culvert.
Just one more question. Do the plates come thicker than 1 inch?
I believe that plates, roadway plates, come at various thicknesses, depending on amount of traffic, type of vehicle loading that'll be placed on top of them. Yes.
Would they compensate for instability underneath them, though?
If you could just maybe clarify your question a bit. I'm sorry.
Would the plates compensate for the culvert not being sufficient to hold the load?
Well, again, we make, one of the assumptions we're making is that it was built for H20 loading, so that it should be sufficient to handle the loads that we're proposing for construction. And these steel plates that are used for construction are made for that purpose. So they disperse the weight. So not all of the weight of a piece of equipment like a concrete truck would be placed right on the center of the culvert, that'll be displaced across the plating.
Okay, thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Thank you. What time do we have now? It's anyway, Mr. Wilmer, do you have more questions?
I think I can wrap up for today.
You think you are wrapped up for today?
Yeah, yep, that concludes my questioning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So does anyone, I think we'll just resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Does anyone have anything they want to address before then? Okay, we'll resume with these questions. Mr. Rosenberg, do you want to say something?
I just want to make sure we have the right witnesses available. And for instance, there's some need-related witnesses that if they didn't need to appear tomorrow, would appreciate to have their calendar back for tomorrow. So I'm not trying to limit any questions. I'm just trying to have a clear sense of who we should have available for tomorrow's hearing.
I know that Wayne Wong asked a lot of need questions. I think he asked all the ones that he wanted to. Mr. Wilmer, do you know if Mr. Wong, speak of the devil, how are you, sir? Let me fill you in. Mr. Wong, we're just about to break for the day, and Mr. Rosenzweig asked me that if we had any more need questions, he wanted to know whether we had any more need questions, because if we do not, there are some need witnesses who wouldn't have to be here tomorrow.
Yes, I am done. Thank you for asking, and sorry I stepped away for a bit.
Oh, no, thank you very much for being so responsive. Well, then, is there anything else anyone wants to address before we go off the record?
Probably off the record, we can talk about what, maybe you talked about this already, just how tomorrow's gonna look, right?
Okay,
That'd
let's
be
go off the
helpful.
record. Let's go off the record. Yes, let's talk. All right, let's talk about how tomorrow is going to look.
Have you finished your questions? Yeah, so it sounds like Mr. Wilmer has, at least for now, finished all his questions. So what remains is I have some questions for the intervener, and I think Ms. Riley, to the extent that you have any follow-up to what's been asked today, I think that's also your chance to ask questions. And I think, Bob, you have some questions as well for consistency.
No, I don't.
No?
Everything I was going to ask has been asked already. Thank you.
Okay, so sounds like we'll start off with our questions to the intervener. Does that sound right?
Wayne,
Yeah.
I can't speak for Brian, but he did say at one point he had some questions in some other areas, may have been EMF, for instance. And I don't think he has gotten to that. So I don't know if Brian's still there, but I want to make sure that we don't shortcut what Brian may have in mind, and that we do have our witnesses available.
That's the impression I got also, that Brian had some more questions, but he didn't want to start. It's almost 4 o'clock. He didn't want to start on another round of questioning. So we should have somebody.
I can clarify that.
There you are, Brian. Good.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did mention I had a question on magnetic fields. I went back to the information request and realized the information was there. So I'm not going to belabor the point.
So do you have any more questions for these witnesses, or can we just switch to questions for the intervener?
I think we can start with the intervener tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Riley, is your expert? Well, first of all, did you want to do any direct examination of your expert to get her to adopt any testimony?
Can I get back to you about that in the morning first thing?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Mr. Shea, if you could tell that to Ms. Riley in layman's terms, I think it's just similar to what Mr. Kaler did this morning, was ask, your witness what her name is, what her background is, and if everything she's saying, she's testifying that it's the truth and so on.
Right. Well, I just wondered, did your witness, Ms. Riley, did your written witness submit anything in this case?
Yes, sir, she did.
She did. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, then what you'd have to do to get it into the record, you'd have to.
I'm prepared for that.
Are you prepared for that? Good. Okay. So that's what direct testimony is. So you would want to do some direct testimony of your witness, and then other people would be able to do some cross-examination. All right. So why don't we plan to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll start with the intervener's testimony.
Do you mind if I ask really quick whether Ms. Riley has any need questions for our witnesses tomorrow? Or sorry, David, I can see you.
No. Well, she already had her opportunity, and we
oh, okay.
We're past that.
Yeah, we discussed that. Thank you, Ms. Pallone-Clark.
Sorry.
Well, let me thank everybody who testified today, because I thought you were all very well prepared, and it really makes things much easier for us. So then is it appropriate for me to say that the only witness we need tomorrow would be Ms. Riley's witness?
Ms. Riley, do you have any follow-up, or did I miss that part of the hearing? Okay.
Sorry, I don't believe I have further follow-up.
Okay. So it sounds like it.
Yeah, Bob, the only thing I would say is it comes up from time to time. I don't expect it, but depending on what Ms. Riley's witness says in response to either direct or cross-examination from the staff, we may want to put on one of our witnesses as a rebuttal to sort of round out the record on that issue, which happens from time to time, as you're aware. So,
okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's up to you, Mr. Rosenzweig, how many of your witnesses you want to have present tomorrow. But I think that as far as the EFSB goes, I don't think we've got any more questions for your witnesses, and I don't believe Ms. Riley has any more questions for your witnesses. So then, so it's up to you. But Why don't, so I'll see you all at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And as I said, again, thank you very much for being so well prepared. I appreciate it. And good night.